Okay, we're looking at last day events in chronological order. There's the events that's in the book of Revelations, and then they're in the Gospels. When you read it in Revelation, it gives you details, but it does not give you the correct order. When you read it in the Gospels, it gives you the correct order, but not all the details. So we're going to put them together to come up with what the Bible is trying to tell us. Okay, notice what it says. The first announcements of the Messiah's first and second coming. The first coming will be with the events that Yahweh will give us so that we will not miss them. That's in Matthew 24, verse 37 to 39. But as the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. For as in the days that were before the flood, they were eating, drinking, marrying, and giving in marriage until the day that Noah entered into the ark, and knew not until the flood came and took them all away. So shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. So people were what? Eating and drinking, marrying, as if what? Everything is, like everything is happening, just like today, is that right? As everything is okay. But everything isn't okay. The first coming has 12 events, and they missed them. So when he first came, there were 12 major events that they should not have missed. Now, the question is, if they missed them, are we missing them for this coming?
Right.
Second coming will have 21 events. Are we missing them? As in the days of Noah, so also shall be the coming of the Son of Man. For as in the days that they were before the flood, they knew not till the flood came and took them all away. So shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. So, just as they went, and the same with Lot and all the rest of them, nobody knew what was going on. But the message was going out. But no one could hear it. Notice in Matthew 24, verse 3, the Messiah is asked 3 questions. Tell us when these things shall be. The destruction of Jerusalem, where there will not be one stone left upon another. Now, many people look at that event as the event that happened at the time of who? 70 AD. But is there a wall, a weeping wall left? So is that one stone upon another left? What shall be the sign of thy coming? And what shall be the sign of the end of the age? Now I'll deal with age at another time. Okay, these are 9 of the major events. One is perception, and I give you the verses, Matthew 24, verses 4 and 5. The next is war. The next is famine. The next is pestilence. The next is true gospel and persecution joined together. Then we see the abomination of desolation. Then we see the tribulation. Then we see the sun and moon and stars fall from heaven. And then we see a second coming. So these are 9 major events. That's just in Matthew chapter 24. The first sign. What does the first sign mean? Notice in Matthew chapter 24, verses 4 and 5. You can find this also in Mark 13, verses 5 and 6. And you can find it in Luke 21, verse 8. take heed or be careful that no man deceive you. Why? For many shall come in my name, Jesus, saying, I, Jesus, is the Christ, and shall deceive many. Anyone fits in that qualification? They said it's the Moonies. They tell you it's anybody but who? The Christians. But the only ones that come in the name of Christ. And they are really deceiving many. Now let's document this. Okay. The first sign. What does this mean? Some say that these are Islam, Buddha. But does any of them come in the name of Jesus? And who says that Jesus is the Christ? Nobody but Christians. And you see the boys, they're right there. So where does that leave us? The only organization that actually have the name of Christ written in their title is Christian. So is the Messiah telling us that we should take heed that no Christian movement deceive us?
Wow. Yeah.
Is he telling us that the church has fallen away from Yahweh, as did the Jewish church at the Messiah's first coming? First sign? What does this mean? Let us look at 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 3. Notice the same wording. Let no man deceive you by any means or any measure. For that day shall not come except there come a what? Okay, so is the Messiah saying, are they saying the same thing? First, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition. So you see how Thessalonians is coordinating with the Messiah? Let us look at 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verses 13 through 15. For such are what? False apostles. And what do they call themselves? Bishops, apostles, popes. Deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. No marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light.
Yeah.
Therefore, it is no great thing or no marvel if his ministers be transformed into the ministers of righteousness. Is that the condition that we are in? Now, when did that start? When did that happen? Right back in the what? 15 and 1600, someone says? 300s? Okay, that's when they had the commissions. That is correct. Say it again. 70 AD? No, not in 70 AD. The Christians, you know, they wasn't called Christian. What were they really called? The followers of the Messiah. The people of the way and the sect of the Nazarene. That's what they were called. That's right. Yep. So notice this. Verse 2 of 2 Thessalonians 4. Who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is the vicar or the Son of God. I mean, it's all here, staring us in the face. 2 Timothy chapter 3, verses 1 through 5. This know also, that in the last days perilous times shall come, traitors, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of Yahweh, having a form of godliness, but denying the power. From such turn away. So he is telling us that it is the Christian movement. Revelation chapter 2, verse 9. I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are what? Now wait a minute. Aren't those the guys that are in Israel? Now I heard. Now this is what I heard. I heard from some. I forget the name of the movie. It was a movie, and it was about some Jewish. One was a son of a rabbi, and the other was a son of a he was a atheist, but he was a Jew. And so he went over to Israel and he was fighting and getting all that done. And the other one said that the only way that the Messiah, when the Messiah truly comes, that's when he's going to bring us to Israel. Not we're going to go over there and kill and bomb and kill everybody. And that's what is going on. He said he would bring peace. This is all a counterfeit. And we are just, and the Christian church is saying what? That we'll pay them and we'll keep them rolling. That's right. The Zionists, the Zionist Jews. That's correct. And so all of this is all tied together. Okay? Now, what are we saying here? Are we saying all of this is one? One confederacy? Oh, yeah. Remember, let me ask you a question. When did they put these European Jews in? Okay. When did they do that? 1945, right after World War II. Because they said they needed a what? A homeland. Okay? Now, the question is, at that time it was called Northeast Africa. After that, they had to change the name because they couldn't say that they were going to put white people in an African nation and claim it. Y'all get that? They had to change it because you couldn't see. We can't do that. So they changed the name and then put that there. So now we justify that we can put Europeans in Africa and no longer call it Africa. I mean, so do you understand what's going on? I mean, this is not some Johnny-come-lately. They just thought about this last week. No. Notice what it says. What they say they blame is that I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. I will make them of the synagogue of Satan which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. I will make them to come and to worship before your feet. And I know, and to know that I have loved you. Now, is that why they hate us? Is that the bottom line? That they're going to have to worship at our feast? Is that the bottom line? Is that what they are hating us for? Wow. Notice what Acts chapter 20 says, verse 29 and 30. For I know this, that after my departing shall grievous wolves enter in among you, not sparing the flock. Also of your own selves shall men arise, speaking perverse things, to draw away disciples after themselves. So this is what we're talking about under the first seal, the first sign. Notice what it says in Revelation chapter 6, verse 1 and 2. He says that, let's turn there for a minute, so I can read it. I hit the high points there. Okay. And I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard, as it were, the noise of thunder, one of the four beasts saying, come and see. And I saw, and behold, a what? White horse. And he that sat upon him had a what? A bow. And a crown was given unto him. And he went forth what? Conquering and to conquer. Notice what it says. He came with a white horse. What does white represent? Purity. And he comes as a what? Now, if he's the first horse, he has to come as an angel of what? Light. And we read that already. Okay? That he said that what? Take it, don't be careful because others that will be transformed themselves. And it says that he is given a bow. Okay? Now, it wasn't the type of bow and arrow. It was the crossbow in the Roman time. Okay, that looked like a what? A cross. Okay? And it was given to him. He didn't own it. He went forth what? Conquering and to conquer. What is he doing? So tell me one place that the Christian church has not conquered. So, okay, you might not see it yet, but let's go a little further. Now, some will tell you that this is Jesus because he's on a white horse. Okay, so when you go to Revelation chapter 19, there's no question, they're both in white horses. But you have to look at the what? The details. You cannot surface read this. But if you surface read it, they got you. Notice what it says in verse 11 of chapter 19 through 17. And I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse. See, there it is. A white horse. And he that sat upon him is called Faithful and True, and in righteousness does he judge and make war. His eyes are a flame of fire, and on his head were many what? Crowns. He wasn't given a crown. He what? Owns many crowns. Now both got crowns. So that's why I said you got to be careful. You can read surface to it. See, he got a crown. He's a white horse. That must be Jesus. That's what they tell you. And he had a name written that no man knew, but he himself. And he was clothed in a vesture dipped in blood. And his name is called the Word of Elohim. And the army which were in heaven followed him upon white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and clean. And out of his mouth goeth forth a sharp sword, not a bow. Do you see the differences?
Yes.
It's close, and that's all Satan want to do. He just want to be real close. That with it he should smite the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron. And he treadeth the winepress of the fierceness of the wrath of Yahweh Almighty. And he had on him his vesture, and on his thighs was written King of Kings and Lord of Lords. So we see here all of this. We see that he's a King of Kings. He has a sword. Across him is written the word of Yahweh. He has many crowns. And that is not match up to the other one.
Right.
Why doesn't it match up to the other one? Because the other one, they both come in white horses. One is given a bow, the other has a sword. One is given a crown, one owns a crown. Both go forth conquering and to conquer. So this thing has been going on for how long? Hundreds of years. Now see, and see, as they start this tidal wave coming in, as they start moving in that direction, it's like a tidal wave. The first seal hits in the second, and they build on each other. What does the second sign mean? Revelation chapter 6. We read verses 1 and 2. I remember I was at a store, a health food store, and I was reading this text. And there was this white guy. He was behind the counter, and I was telling him, I said, man, do you know anybody that's dressed in white that carries a bow and has a crown? And he drew for me, the Pope. He grew up Catholic, so it was like right up his alley. He said, yeah, man, this boy who dressed in white, he carries a crossbow and he has a crown. I said, wow, man, how could we not know that?
Wow.
I mean, how asleep are we? I mean, we dead sleep. I mean, we intoxicated to the raw. I mean, this is as clear. I mean, how would you describe it any other way? How would you describe it any other way? And I'm like, wow. And this movement that he is in charge of has gone forth conquering and to conquer. How? Through the crusades. And that's what the next one is all about. The crusades. You see them there burning people, and we'll go along. As we go along, we'll get it. Notice we read in Revelation. It says he went for conquering to conquer. And now we conquers in what name? The name of Christ. And he conquered all. What were the 8 crusades all about? It was to take over your land, convert the heathen, and steal all. In the name of Jesus. Now, how could you say that you are representative of the Messiah and you got a sword? And you get ready to take off my head because I didn't say Jesus. That's what all the crusades were about. They were about robbery, gold, looting, stealing. They were nothing but barbarians, and they were just taking over. And this is what they have always done. They've done it with the Greeks. Alexander the Great. The great what? The great murderer? The crusade? What are they doing? They're coming around doing this. Now the key is that what do they carry on their shield? And he told us that the first one would come with a crossbow. That right? Yeah. And we what? How could you be in the crusade to read the Bible and not know? Well, remember back in those days, they didn't have school like us. They wanted to keep everybody like the slaves, ignorant. So they didn't have schools. The only people that went to schools were the monks. The people would go and read the book, and then they'll read to you in what language? Now we know you ain't know what in the world we talking about. And the people, they could be cursing them, and they don't have no clue. Saying amen.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. So do you see what was going on? This is the age of ignorance. And guess what they're trying to do to our kids today? Bring them to that same state. And they're not far from it. Because we are in that state. We have been lost. We didn't even know any of this stuff. And we said we will go across the nation and wipe out the Vietnamese. Why? He ain't never shot me. That's what Muhammad Ali said. They said, hey, boy, you get locked up. We're locking you up. You can't be saying that. I mean, hey, he was a thinker. So do y'all understand what's going on? And the church at the same time was persecuting who? All the blacks who said that this book is your book. I mean, what type of leaders did we have? I mean, we can't just go along with whatever is going on. You understand? But we are relaxed, man. We got, hey, man, it's cool, bro. Cool out, bro. You get too serious. Yeah, get too serious. You better get serious. We get ready to get wiped out. The Crusades went forth in the name of Christ and promised an indulgence for those who die. You know what that means, right? You die and you go to heaven. Your sins begin forgiven. Now you just got to kill off a bunch of these boys off. And then your sins, wait a minute, man. You telling me to violate the laws in the name of what? So that you can take their gold and their silver and enslave them? How ignorant can these guys who are doing this be? Let me ask you the question. Are we doing the same? Have we gone over to Iraq? And we have said that he what? That he bombed the towers. Or that didn't he say, after we conquered, no, he didn't bomb the tower. They was lying from Jump Street. We just needed to go over to take him out.
Right.
Because he said what? I was on the CIA payroll and I told them no.
Right.
And Bush said, you don't tell me no. And he said, now watch me. And he said, now watch me. And so that's what we're talking about. Noriega, same thing.
Right.
So look, are we doing anything different than this? Because we are the only nation under God with liberty and justice for all.
Well.
That ain't white. I'm just serious. And so do we really see that we are doing the Crusades again? That we are going forth to other nations, assassinating them, and all the rest of this? Do we really see that? I mean, I didn't see it till recently, so, don't feel bad. As I was teaching some of this stuff, he was just telling me, yo, man, do you see you? Do you see, now do you understand why he says come out of her? Because he said, man, you're doing all this. I mean, this is reaching unto heaven. And I can't go for it but long. See, you're being very pictorial here. We didn't want you to miss the picture. The Inquisition went forth conquering in the name of Christ. Again, there it is again. Now, what did they say? They put you on the rack if you spoke up. They took Martin Luther. They tried to get him, and he fled, and he got away. They got other ones. They grabbed them, and they put them on the stake, and they would say, hey, this is what you got to do. This is what you got to do. Now, let me ask you the question. When the Crusades came through Africa, and Islam came from the West, and the Christians coming from the East, and they came into Africa, what did they tell the Africans? They said convert or die. And they said that they killed, some people say in the Islamic books, they said that they killed many Hebrews. Many Hebrews who refused to be Islamic or Christian. Now you don't hear that. So that meant what? Another cover-up. And who were they wiping out? The people of Yahweh. So did you know that all these people were hiding in Africa? Let me ask you a question. What happened at 70 AD? That was the destruction of Jerusalem. And where did they go? No, man, if you read the books, they tell you, man, them boys went up into Europe and they became, the tribes of Europe. And that Great Britain was what? Judah, because they are aligned. And they go down and preach. What is this propaganda nonsense? I mean, they got churches that believe this. I mean, they teach this. You think I'm joking? I'm not joking. But they have no evidence except I said so. And that's the only evidence they got. But now, let's look at this for a second. Let's think about this for a minute. Okay, when we look at history, what has been the pattern of the Hebrews whenever they're in trouble? Where do they go? They go into Egypt. They go into Africa. Okay? When you had Abraham, where did he go? In Africa when there was a famine? When Isaac, when there was a famine? Jacob, when there was a famine? Okay? When we talk about Jerusalem, at Jeremiah's time, where did they go? Down into Egypt. Then at the time of the Messiah, where did they go? He went into Egypt. So why all of a sudden, when 70 AD come, they go into the hands of the beast? I mean, they really got to think, we really think we stupid. And they said y'all are, because y'all don't read nothing. Now preach it. And then a bunch of us go preach that nonsense. And teach it. And then tell you, if you don't believe that, something wrong with you. So, think about all of these things. The Bible was written for our what? Admonitions unto the ends of the earth. But if we don't study, we wouldn't even know that, because they said that, hey, he went to Egypt. I said Europe, but they never went to Europe. Never. What was that? That's right. According to the Europeans, Egypt was evil. Anything black was evil. So you trying to get away from your own blackness. But that's what we've been told. Okay, and so notice they put them on the rack. Are they putting water on one of these guys? Is that being practiced today in America? And y'all telling me this ain't the crusade? Y'all telling me we are not repeating history? We are not redoing what has the Bible said would be done. The KKK went forth conquering freemen in the name of Jesus in the Bible Belt, dressed in white with the what? With the cross. Wait a minute, man. Yo. Did I say that was the first horse? That's what the boys are coming in. Dressed in white.
Yes, they do.
Coming in with the cross. In the name of Jesus. We doing it and still doing it. They believed they were following American and Christian values. They were following American and they sure was. The Christian values of the devil. And he said what? He said that they would come in his name.
Right.
I mean, members were working class, middle class, professionals, and of course, married the white Protestant society. Now, do y'all remember any of this? Now, I remember that they never told us none of this. They told us that was going on, but they never linked it to this. Why haven't the church told us this? It wasn't authorized, that's right. And the scholars are making sure you never figure this one out. So this is, deep. Jim Crow laws were set up, one nation under God in the name of Jesus. They were state and local laws enforcing segregation. These laws became institutionalized through economic, educational, and social injustice. Has that changed?
No.
But they said, wait a minute, we had a black president. Y'all should be happy. So don't y'all know that there ain't no racism going on no more? Ain't nobody hate no black people. Just the president. South mandated in public, while the North used private covenant practices to enforce them. And so that's what they thought of us. And that's how it was enacted. So for some reason, we want to look at America as this great holy nation. Now, some people believe it. The KKK believe it.
Yeah, they do.
The religious right believe it. Religious right? They really think they're right. They really think they're right. The religious right. And now, how can you believe that you're following a creator who massacres people, steals their land, enslaves people, make laws that are totally unjust? Wait a minute. Did we just read Revelation 18? That they were the habitation of what? I mean, this is laws of devils. I mean, these are laws that are enacted in devils. And their hatred was there in the cage of every unclean law and every unclean, hateful bird. Wow. Now this describes Revelation 18 to the core. Notice what it says in Revelation 13, verse 11. And behold, another beast comes out of the earth. And he had two horns like a lamb. And he spake like a dragon. Now tell me, what nation, because that's what animals represent, beasts represents nations. What nation looks like a lamb? Talk like the devil. That's what we say. We are one nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all. At the same time, we're killing every one of you guys and locking y'all up. And speaking and acting laws. That's how you speak, through your laws. How you look is what you portray to the world. America in prophecy. Y'all see this? And they will implement the mark of the beast. What nation appears as a lamb or calm to follow the Lamb of God? And their actions or laws speak like a dragon. Now, all of that's... Now, notice what else it says. We shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. This is Matthew 24, verse 6 and 7. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation shall what? Rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. Under the second seal, what do we find? Revelation 6, verses 3 through 4. And when he had opened the second seal, I heard the second beast say, Come and see. And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given unto him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth, and that he should kill one another. And there was given him a great sword. So what do we have here? A red horse, clothed in blood, having a great sword. He had power that was given to take peace from the earth, and that they should kill one another. That's what we just read in Matthew 24. The same thing. I call it the UN wars. What about Desert Storm in 1991? According to the Time magazine, and March the 4th, 1991, on Saudi border, Iraq torched Kuwait oil fields, causing darkness at noon. Wow. Daniel chapter 7, verse 4. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. And I beheld to the wings thereof were plucked. Who represents a lion? Who represents a bear? Russia represents which one? Bear. And who represents the lion? Great Britain. And who represents the eagle's wing? And where did America come from? And do you know that Great Britain, the lion and the eagle, has never parted ways? They're the same. That's what it says. Y'all didn't know that you were reading about America in prophecy, did you? Oh yeah, but they don't tell you, oh no, that's this, that, no, they don't deal with us. That's Babylon. Come on, man. This is as the events. Say no foolishness, okay? And I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked. So America will fall, and was lifted up from the earth, and made to stand upon the feet as a lion, as a man, and a man's heart was given to it. So, we need to really get deeper into the Bible, because it's telling us a lot of things. The UN and U.S. wars, Operation Desert Storm, freeing Kuwait. Really? Operation Enduring Freedom, freeing Afghanistan. Brought about by what? The 9/11 lie. We went over there just to take them out, nothing more. We were told that these wars will bring peace and safety. Do y'all remember in 1988 when Gorbachev and Reagan got together? Yes. And they broke down the wall? Yes. Do you know what they said? They said they were bringing peace to the earth. And they said they were bringing in not just peace to the earth, they said they're bringing in the millennial of peace. They said they were bringing in 1,000-year reign. When I heard that, I said, wait a minute. could you be bringing in the 1,000-year reign? What happened to the 7 seals, trumpets, and plagues? And so I went back and had to restudy scriptures because whatever I was taught was a lie. Because this was happening and I did not understand it because they do not make an application to today. The Europeans have it all marked out. All of these things happened a long time ago and all we're doing is waiting. Or that don't worry, all them things are going to happen and you're going to be raptured. Or that it's going to happen in 3.5 years and then you'll be mid-raptured. I mean, they got so many lies out here, nobody even knows what to believe. And I knew I was caught up in it, and that's when Yahweh said, Emmanuel, you need to go back and study now. Because you are deceived. And I said, wow. And hey, I had to go back and restudy. And that's how I'm coming up with what I'm coming up now. Because you know that's not what the white boys taught me. So, that's what happened. We were told that these wars will bring peace, safety, homeland security.
Right.
But what will they really bring? Or what will really happen? They shall take peace from the earth, according to the second seal. Notice what it says in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, 1 through 7. The day of Yahweh so cometh as a thief in the night. For when they shall say what?
Peace and safety.
Peace and safety, then what's going to happen? Sudden destruction cometh upon them as the travail of a woman with child, and they shall not escape. Notice what Revelation 13 says. Verses 12 and 13. And he exercised all the power of the first beast that was before him. And he causeth the earth and them that dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. And he doth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. Have y'all known any nation that have rained down fire from heaven? Who? Somebody said a meteor.
The states are not
Operation Desert Storm. Freeing Kuwait. Killing for state purposes. Under a just war theory or with noble ability. Moving from warriors to murderers of the state. Now look at that. Now I don't know if y'all remember Hellfire. You know that they had these missiles that they put on these drones, and they were called Hellfire. Do you hear me? And they were raining down fire from heaven. And they said, do you remember during the Vietnam War? They said that they were raining these things down and they were lighting up the whole desert. I mean, the whole jungle. How old are you? I'm 12. He said, man, you good, man. You be good for the military. Do you hear me? We are playing these games. We are allowing our children to play these games that they are being trained to be killers.
Come on.
They take it as a joke. This is not no joke. This is really, and they said that y'all play better than the pilots. You know why? Because you spend all your time doing that. And the pilots, they don't do that stuff. They fly. And so they said we'll have less casualties. So take all the pilots, put them on the side, and we send these 12 years old, 15, 20, whatever. These guys got the perfect reflexes, everything. And that's what we are training our kids for. Or we allowing them to train them. And I was sitting up there like, man, this is crazy. How dare you tell our kids to 12 years old that they're, you know. And I'm saying, and I'm wondering, is a lot of these games from the military really coming out from the military? Not from commercial places, from the military. Because they got to train these people. And they are training them to kill, to be killmongers. And so we have got to take control of this. I mean, we don't have a choice. Because if you don't, your children will be totally lost forever. Because it's addictive. And once you're addicted, how are you going to get free? And the psychological drama, remember watching one, I think it was on Netflix. It was called Drones. And they showed how they were doing this. And then they were given some commands to do some more. And one guy said, no, I ain't doing that no more. And then the person tell him to court-martial him. And they like in this little room. They say, this whole little room, you court-martialing me, you ain't court-martialing me. They be fighting. I mean, that's how bad it gets. That the psychological, he can't even live with himself anymore. Is that where we want our children to be? And that's what they're saying. They're saying from these the veterans and so forth, they said so many of us are dying a day committing suicide. You hear me? How many? 2 a day. So is that what you want?
22.
Oh, 22. Okay, 22 a day. So, I mean, we are, and so what we have read, what the book is saying is so clear, but we're so drunk with the wine of Babylon, we don't get it. We don't get it, and I know our children will never get it, because if you're addicted, you're in denial. Drone wars and an industrialized killing program. The military is using video games as a recruiting tool to replace Top Gun pilots. Video games. Revenge of the Ninja. Anybody heard about that? Of the Nerds. Anybody heard about that? Nobody? Huh? Nobody? Just me? No? Oh, that's a movie. Oh my goodness. Has the skill set as drone operator. Wow. So they're not just making video games, they're making even movies. Truly, the book of Revelation is correct. They shall take peace from the earth. We in America do not have peace, safety, or true homeland security anymore. And that's what they promised us, didn't they? Now they're promising us we'll get security. Now just give up all your rights and take the what? Real ID, and let us monitor you 24/7. All right, we'll come back for the third tomorrow. I know it's getting late. But I'm hoping you can now go back and really think how long these seals have been going on. What's the effect? And how are they affecting us? From one generation to the other. Don't you think we should have learned a lesson by now? But why can't we learn a lesson? Because we're caught up in what? We are drunk. We are intoxicated. We are. And so, remember, the Bible says that he is the prince of the power of the what? What does that mean to you? I mean, as an engineer, it means something serious to me, because all communications is in the air. From TV, radio, everything is in the air. So he says that he is the prince of the power of controlling all that we see every day of the moment. The prince of the power of the air, the spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience. And then they are open for what? Devil possession. And that's what he says. He says that they what? Fallen has become the habitation. That means what? The dwelling place. The stronghold Wait a minute. Are we the stronghold of the devil? Is that what Babylon? Is that where we are? Are we in the belly of the beast being dissolved? This is stuff we have to think about. And as we move on in time, we're going to see more that's where we are. But I'm hoping that we could see, because I'm sure you probably like sitting up here like, I don't believe all of this. It's really happening. That I could be that deceived. That I could not see this. And that's why I went over the first part, to let you know how deceived we are. Y'all like, that ain't seen nothing. And we're practicing it and promoting it and have no clue of what is really going on. But the book told us. And so we pray that as we come back tomorrow, that we will, think about it, ask your questions. But at this moment, we want to stop for this aspect. Now, if you want to do question and answer now, of what's really going on and how we need to awake thou that sleepest and arise from the dead, for thy light is come, and the glory of Yahweh is risen upon thee. Isaiah, that's us. Amen.
So we're asking if anyone wants to ask a question, please get the mic, because we are going to be recording.
We'll do that tomorrow. But nobody had questions. We're doing that tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Nobody had questions.
Nobody's going to. Okay.
Can we thank everybody for being here? On the day of Pentecost,
Hallelujah.
we thank the Creator for that.
Yes. Hallelujah.
We have, I just wanted to read a scripture on this. And we're going to go right into, is there anyone that has questions? Because if they do, we want to recognize them from yesterday.
I just have a question about the website. What is it again? People of color, one.com?
The numeric number one.com. Mm-hmm. Where is it? That's chapter 2, that's chapter 2, that's chapter 2. Okay, no other questions? All right, I'm sure at the end of this you will. Especially as we try to tie it together. I'm looking here at Acts chapter 2, verse 1. Wanted to mention this as we are, since this is the day that we're in. It says, and when the day of Pentecost had fully come, they were all in one accord in one place. Now the question is, when is the fullness of Pentecost come? There's a lot of, we could look at it as a certain time of the day, but I also want us to look at it also at this time as a certain time in Yahweh's calendar in Earth's history over the 6,000 years of redemption. Okay? There was 3 different time frames. So when this one says that, and when the day of Pentecost was fully come, they were all in one accord and in one place, and suddenly there came a sound from heaven as a rushing mighty wind, and it filled all the house where they were sitting. And there appeared unto them cloven tongues like as fire, and it sat upon each of them. And they were all filled with the Holy Ghost, and began to speak with other tongues or languages, as the Spirit gave them utterance. It was interesting that when we talk about that tongues of fire, or electricity, or energy, as he was talking about lightning coming down, as all of this is the same energy, the same representation of the Holy Spirit of the Creator. And we are electrical beings. So as all of this ties together, I just wanted us to think about that. Okay. When we have been studying so far in last day events, that makes it easy. And I don't have to turn there. As I was doing yesterday. Okay, that's done. Okay, when we're looking at last day events, we have major places in the Bible where it is found. It is dispersed throughout the Bible. It is not in one place, all of them. Okay? So that's why he said line upon line, here a little, there a little, so that we can understand Scripture. So when we look at the book of Revelation, it gives us details of last day events. But it does not give us the correct order. That wasn't its part. It was only to give revelation of clarity, not to give you order. And then when they asked the Messiah, when shall be the end of the age? When shall be thy coming? And when shall be the destruction of Jerusalem? He gave them specific order, but not a lot of detail. And so what we're trying to do is being able to go through the details as we go through Matthew, Mark, Luke, and then we also are trying to map into it. So this is really like two studies in one. This isn't one study. This is two studies in one. And so then we're going to be mapping in Revelation into it to give us the details of what he was saying in the Gospels. Okay, is that clear? All right, so good. All right, so when we finish the first seal, since y'all have no questions, I have questions for you. What was the first seal? So, we're in the third, so, y'all asking for the first 1 and 2.
Deception.
Okay, deception. That is correct. Mm-hmm. Of what sort? I mean, he's not the only one in there that was here, right? Did I lose everyone yesterday? Okay, good. So what is the first seal? Well, the reason why I'm asking you this is because when the first seal opens, it starts causing a whole ripple effect. So when the second seal opens, if you don't understand what the first seal was, you'll never understand that the first seal caused the second seal. And then it caused the third seal. So you'll be lost. So that's why I'm saying, okay, let's just back up a little bit so we can make sure you understand who's causing these ripple effects and how the 7 trumpets interplay when Yahweh has said, okay, you're taking it too far. Now my hand is going to interrupt this. So back to the first seal. The white horse, that's right. Okay. All right. Tell me about it. Talk to me. I mean, I spent a lot of time.
He has many crowns.
He has many what?
Crowns.
Many crowns that are given to him. Right. He doesn't have them. No, that is not true. All right. So, okay, see, that's good. We cleared up. It's all right. So try about the crowns. What about the crowns? He's given a crown. Okay, good. Okay, now. And a bow. Okay. A crossbow. Okay, which looks like our what? Crosses. All right. So if you got a cross, what is that telling you? You got on. You got on the first what? The first horse. Bow. Let's get real. That's what it stands for. That's what it is. Remember, they were conquering in what? They said that he was said to conquer in this sign. What was the sign? The cross. And the first horse is given a what? Has a crossbow. Amen. All right. Okay. So is there any other aspects that you remember? White horse? A crown?
Garments.
Was he dressed in white? That's right. Okay. So when we look at this system that is created from it, it's a representation of a particular system. We map that into what in Matthew 24, verse 4. All right. So I'll give you the verse so you can look it up and, if you need a cheat sheet. I'm listening. Matthew 24, verse 4 says,
Yahushua answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Mashiach, and shall deceive many.
okay, so what is that verse telling us about the first seal? See, these are the, do you remember I said we're mapping Revelation into what? The Gospels. So, the Matthew's going to say something, Revelation's going to give us the detail. There's nothing in Matthew 24 that tells you he's riding a what? A white horse. There's nothing in Matthew 24 that says he's coming with a boat. There's nothing so none of that's in there, but he tells you what? The heart of the first seal. And what is it? Deception. What type of deception? It's not any type of deception. It is very specific deception that conquers the world. You get that? Because he goes forth what? That's right, conquering and to conquer. Okay? So, he tells us in Matthew 24, take heed that no man deceive you. Why? Because many are going to come in the name of Christ, Jesus, saying that Jesus is the Christ and shall deceive. Is that what the first seal is saying? Yes. But it went into detail of symbolism. You got to remember, okay, let's look at this. We are, this book, back to my first study. Whose book is this?
Hebrew.
Okay, I'm going to modify that. Classical, which is ancient. African, which is ancient. Hebrews, that's what they are. They're not modern Hebrews. They're not modern Jews. They're not modern anything. We're talking about what? All the books that they said what? Are forbidden. Because they gave us a book, right? The authorized. The sanctioned King James. And they said that we have, I mean, it's all right for us to propagate propaganda and let you propagate our faith. Okay, now this is good. You're going to propagate the faith in the first seal. You're going to propagate Christendom, the name of Jesus, and you're going to murder and massacre and rob the whole world and enslave them. And he says, Matthew 24, take heed that what? No man deceive you. Who's he talking to, the world or the church? His disciples, he's talking to the church. So he's talking to us. He said that we would be deceived. And not just a little bit. We're going to be so deceived, we won't know the difference between what? Truth and error. And are we in that place today? Yes. That's why the first seal is so important. And each seal after that is going to be based on a system all around the first seal. So we identified the first seal as Christendom deceiving the world. Okay, let me try that again. I'm not defining it. The Messiah said that Christianity, whoever comes in his name, will deceive the world, and they will dress in white. That represents what? Angels of light. And he will have a bow, and you're going to wear it around your neck. I mean, this symbolism. Okay, I wanted us, the reason why I changed it from whose book this is. Whose book is this? A classical African Hebrew. I wanted to add the classical African for two purposes. One is, classical means what? Ancient. It ain't this day. Okay?
Right.
African means what? Black people or people of color, the people that came. Where was the Garden of Eden? Okay, so anybody that comes after that has to come from that. Okay, so that's why I'm taking it all the way back. This is a classical African Hebrew book And guess how Africans talk? When you heard the Messiah and he started speaking, he would always speak in what? Aha. See, the Europeans, they don't speak in parable. So when we look at the Bible, we have to start looking at it from an Afro viewpoint, African Hebrew viewpoint, an ancient classical African viewpoint, because the African viewpoint today is what? The same as the colonialists. I mean, I'm just telling you, I mean, they've been caught up. And we can't base it on us because we're all caught up. So we got to go back, and we got to get that type of mind frame. So far we've been able to see the Messiah break it down and says, hey, they're going to come and deceive you and they're going to use my name and they're going to, and we didn't get that. We joined it.
Wow.
So then he says, okay, now let me talk to you in Revelation in African viewpoint, all symbolism. To give you the details. That's why he said he'd be dressed in what? White, on a white horse. He would have a crown given to him, and he will what? He'll have a bow, and he'll go forth conquering and to conquer. And that's all they do. They conquer, and the first way they bring, the first wave to come in is what? We're going to bring in the missionary. They're the first one. So they're telling you, hey, you're coming in the name of Jesus. And if you don't believe, we're going to execute you. And we're going to kill you. And we're going to do this, and it just goes on. So when we look at this book, we cannot use the Eurocentric viewpoint because they don't have the African culture and spirit so that it can be interpreted. We do not look at things the same way. Now, I'll give you a good example of learning. Most white people can learn by rote, okay? Just tell us and we'll do it and so forth. We don't learn that way. We need hands-on. We need visualization. We need all that stuff. They say, y'all need all that stuff.
Absolutely.
We need all that stuff for us to what? Internalize it.
Right.
So if you just gonna give me this, this, then I'm not really learning. Yeah, that's exactly the way school system is set up. You ain't supposed to be learning. And you ain't learning. Because they don't teach you education, they're teaching you miseducation. So I'm trying to get us that we are talking about a whole new way of thinking and reading the book. We cannot look at it from their viewpoint. So if you go to their schools, you can be for sure what? You're going to be sanctioned. You're going to be an authorized, sanctioned scholar. Know how to do it. And make sure certain people get it and you guys get nothing. And then say I'm educated. And don't know a thing. Okay, so I'm trying to get us to rethink. So, when we talk about all of this is not just the traditional viewpoint. This is a whole different mindset that we have to be conscious of. Okay, so I'm glad that you guys said that, because now that means I can. Okay, so there's 9 different signs that we're going to be looking at. I don't know if you wrote them down. You probably should, because as we go through it, you need to make sure that you got it. That's why I said it's a lot of things. Okay, so the first one is deception. And that's what seal? The first seal. Okay, so that means you guys are going to see 9 major things going on here. Okay, and then the second one is what? Okay, and what seal is that? We saw that through the second seal. Okay, and how did we see that through the second? Okay, I'll just go through that. Then we're going to talk about famine, okay, or an economic crisis that they can bring on. We're going to talk about pestilence. We'll talk about the true gospel, and we're going to talk about when you start teaching the true gospel, you will be what? Persecuted. We talked about that before, about Stephen and Yeshua and John the Baptist and so forth. Then we're going to look at the abomination of desolation. Then we're going to look at the tribulation. Okay? Now, and I don't know how much you guys have been studied, the Eurocentric viewpoint, but they talk about in the last days, the tribulation and the seals, the trumpets and the plagues, you don't have to go through. Because, you know, and why do I not have to go through that when everybody else was massacred? Well, you are a, you know, you are a Gentile. And Gentiles, you know, versus Africans or versus Africans and Hebrews, see, they were under the law and we under grace. And so they had the Spirit rest on them. We have the Spirit possess us. That is so racist as you can get. And we just sucked that up and said, amen. Praise the Lord. I'm glad I'm a Gentile. Never knowing that you were the seed. The first horse was wrapping you in, and you were just loving it. And so, as that goes on, we have to realize that as we progress with the tribulation, they say that you will be raptured because you are special. The other people had to be put to death because they wasn't special. Okay? So, you know, we just love that. I mean, it's like, yeah. Now, when you wake up to the reality of the situation and you find yourself in the first, second, or third seal, and you just like, whoa. Then you realize you have been deceived to the max. And what you've been waiting for this what? Rapture? There's no such thing as a secret rapture. They'll tell you that's not word, it's not even in the book. But it is by the authorized, sanctioned scholars. They have developed this, and you have what? Fed into it, because it was all part of what? The first seal. It was first part. See, the first seal is a very powerful one. That's the one that sets everybody up, and the rest is you just going along. See, so that's why we want to make sure you get this. Because if you miss this, you're missing really the whole point. And so then they came up with what they called the tribulation, and they called the pre-trib. That's right. Pre-trib and trib. That's right. And post-trib. Okay, you got trib, pre-trib, or post-trib. Okay, so when you have the pre-trib, that means you're supposed to be what? Before the 7 years. And no one said it was 7 years, but they told us 7 years of tribulation, number 7. And as you go through this, you will be raptured prior to that. Now, mid-trib, believe no, after 3.5 years, in the middle of the tribulation, you will be raptured. Then you got the post-tribs that say, hey, we all going through all the tribulation, and you won't get raptured to the end. So you got every angle that you could have. You can have before, you can have mid, and which one you like. All right? I mean, hey, this is hey, we got it all. Which one you want?
Right.
Okay? Because whichever one fits you, then won't you join that church, because we can make sure you stay. You'll keep believing it. Okay? So we have all of these different things that is set up under the first seal, under deception. Okay? Then we'll talk about the sun and moon and the stars be darkened, and then we'll talk about the second coming. Okay, so you were correct about the first seal. It's a white horse that comes as a what? As an angel of light. You remember what's the scripture that said that? You remember what the scripture was saying? That Satan comes as a what? An angel of light. And so you should not be, fooled by his disciples or his servants that become the ministers of what? Righteousness. And so who's running the Pope, the bishops, and they tell you. Okay? So this is what it's telling us. Okay? So remember, symbolism in Revelation is only explained in the Gospels clear. Okay? And we read about the bow. We talked about the bow already. And a crown was given unto him, and he went forth conquering and to conquer. That last part becomes so significant. He went forth what? Conquering and to conquer. Who has not been conquered through this? Who has not been conquered? One nation under God. No, we are leaders. Right. Say it again.
It's the only ones that's hiding in the rainforest and they're in the process of cutting down now.
That's correct. They're the only ones that say, I see you, and hey, don't come in here. And if you come in here, we're taking you out. And then we put them on the news that, hey, look at these savages.
Right.
And we are the what? Savages.
Savages, right.
And they say, okay, now we get one convert and we can bring in the missionary and they will convert them all for it. That's how they do it. And we go first give them liquor and tobacco. The liquor to make sure you don't figure out what the world going on, because all the world is intoxicated.
Right.
Now we got to get you intoxicated, and then they give you the tobacco so we can kill you off quick. I mean, you know, you just watch YouTube. They're doing it today. Okay, we know they did it back in the Indians. We know what's going on today. So now when they conquered, we saw also in there that if you had, okay, you're here in Africa, and then you have coming from the east, what? Islam. What do you have coming from the west? Catholicism, or the Crusades. And so they would go forth conquering, and if you said no, that I'm not going to join, what happened? You died. And that's what we were saying. Oh, you were sent to the rats. And then if you said I convert, and then you start, doing some other things, then they put you in the rack. And then they lock you up. And then we said that we found water, what? Waterboarding that we use today?
Right.
Was used then. So it's still the same thing. I'm trying to make sure we see that. There's how many nations under God? That's us. And and we found out that he looked like a lamb. He says, I represent Jesus and God. And on God we trust. Now let me set up laws to enslave you, wipe you out, steal your land, and then call you an illegal alien when it's all done. So you telling me he speaks like a dragon? Just what was said in Revelation 13. This would be one of the beasts. So it's all there. Then when we found in Revelation Daniel chapter 7, we found out that one of the beasts that came out of the sea was what? A lion with what? Eagle's wings. See, we did all this yesterday. See, I was going too fast, obviously. All right, and we found out that the eagle is who? And the lion is? That's right, and the two are one. And where did they come from? Great Britain. They dumped the prisoners. Hey, we dumping the prisoners. Send them over here. And y'all are the people under God. I mean, I don't even know how we could even, it's all in front of us, but we just... Yep, and they claim of every unclean. And we are just so intoxicated, and so, as our sister said, asleep, we don't get it. Okay, so that's what they go forth, conquering and to conquer. Okay, now, I want to make mention of one other system, or two other systems that tie together. Now, when you tie, now, this was the key. Why are two groups, the Crusades and Islam, coming together to wipe out the Hebrews in Africa? If you went to the west, you went to the east, it didn't matter. They said even in Islam, they were saying that they said that they were Hebrews and they wasn't going to convert, they killed them. So now you got two groups that are doing the same thing under the same system. But they tell you they're what? Your enemies. But they're doing the same thing, so they're really not. They're enemies of who? Of us, or the enemy of the book.
Right.
And the enemy, and we are the enemy of the what? The state. Because this is the state of things. Okay, then you have another group that they said, as I was reading, that they took the Africans. Now, the Europeans did not come into Africa and grab the African. Islam, nations that were Africans, captured them and put them in. So now you got them, capturing them. Then you got the other ones enslaving them, and then somebody got to pay for the ships. Who's paying for the ships? Okay, there we go. There we got the European Jews. So now we got the threefold union. And the Bible talks about, 3 unclean frogs come out the mouth of the lion and so forth. Okay, so they are working in cahoots. So you can go and say, I don't want to be a Christian, so now I'll be a what? A Jew. He says, no problem. We all white. We all teach you white supremacy. No problem. Islam, yeah, and they say that they're Arabs, but Arab is a what? They said that they're Caucasian. So hey, we're going to teach white supremacy too. So hey, okay, oh, y'all getting the bigger picture? Okay, they're not leaving nothing out. Nothing. Okay, so they are seriously going forth, conquering and to conquer. The second sign, truly, the book of Revelation is correct. They shall take peace from the earth. Okay? And what was the second sign? The second seal. Second sign. You can always read Matthew 20. You can always read Matthew 24, Mark 13, Luke 21, and it'll tell you what it is, and Revelation is going to tell you what? The details. Okay, so I'm listening. He took peace from the earth. That is correct. And how did he do that? With wars, yes, that is correct, because he has a what? He's riding a red horse full of blood, and he has a sword is given to him. And that's what he's supposed to do. Okay? So we see that happening, and in Matthew it says after the deception there'll be what? Wars and what? Rumors. Okay, see how it's in order. Okay, and that's why I'm trying to get you to see that. And America promised us peace. And the Bible says when they say peace and safety, and sudden destruction happens. Right. And now what have we been told as a nation? That we will be what? Protected from who? Okay, who's our enemy? All right, the first enemy is? Russia. No. First enemy, no. First, let's start this again. The first, no, not Boston. Now we're talking about just America. What's the first enemy of Americans? Native Americans, that's right. Well, we got to take your land. We're talking about when the Pilgrims came over, man, we got to take your land. We got to wipe you out. That was the first one. So we had what? Our first enemy was cowboys and Indians. That's right. And all of us were what? Rooting for who? Tonto or the Long Ranger? The Long Ranger. Okay, so this is what I'm just saying. And so we learned this as what? Kids. So now you can teach that to your what? Your children. And now you can say who are the enemies. And when you become real old, then you say, wait a minute, I think I've been deceived. But it's a little too late now. So that was the first enemy. Then they make up another enemy. The black man. We got to enslave him because he don't know how to, know nothing. Then the next one. Okay, now we got to create another one. All right, well, hey. Russia. Then Germany. Then, it's just, hey. Now there's who? Islam. Now, now there's terrorists. Now there's everybody. All right, so now we got to what? Spy on everybody, give up all your rights, and it's turned into a police state. And this was what? Promised under what? Homeland Security. And now they said, that ain't good enough. Now we need the real ID. And we said, yes, we will give up our rights for our safety. But you're the ones that we got to be careful. You're the ones that we need to be worried about. But guess what? Don't worry about me. I'm your boy. Hey, I'm master, you slave. Stay there. So we were told by what? The president that he's going to make America what? Great. And when was America great? No, they were great. When the black man and woman knew their place. Yes, they were. They were great. They were taking over the entire world. They became the #1 superpower of the world on our back. Oh, they were great. You got that right. They still great. But it was great through who? Through us. That's correct. And that's what I'm trying to get us to see. Yeah, we can't deny. And he's saying, hey, folks, we need to move back the hand of time, put people back in their place. See, you ask, what did the president mean by that? Ain't nobody telling you that. But that's what they're saying. And the religious right said, amen, praise the Lord. Let's line up. And let's give Israel, the European Jews, a homeland in Northeast Africa. But we can't call it that, so we'll name it the Middle East. So this is the type of stuff we're talking about. So there is no peace, says Yahweh, to the wicked. Okay? And so this is where we find ourselves. So if we want to know why Palisades got burnt down, did they ever find out why Palisades got burnt down?
Paradise.
Paradise. It was paradise. That's why it got burnt down there. That's right. You trying to say, we got paradise. We in heaven. Okay, we'll see about that. And the Creator made sure that's over. So now, America, how much blood does America have on our hands? We have so much blood on our hands that we have to pay. There is no escaping it. And so now we're wondering about, all the storms and the waters and floods, and I mean, it's coming. Simply do that what? That the Bible says in Revelation 18, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, because her sins have reached unto heaven. And we know the sins of America have reached unto heaven. And so he says, hey, there's a point of no return that I will have to just visit, period. And there's nothing, and I'm just warning you, so you know that you ain't caught up in all of this, what we're caught up in. Okay, so don't believe they're going to give us homeland security. Okay, so now we're in our third seal. So everybody got those seals down pat, right? I see all the pins right. I don't see those pins right. All right, what does the third seal mean? Okay, it has to deal with famine and depression. Okay, Matthew 24, verse 24. Chapter 24, verse 7. Mark 13, verse 8, and Luke 21, verse 11. It's all has similar things. So, we're going to read the Matthew 24, 1. Verse number 7, and it says, for nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, which was the second seal. And there shall be what? Famine and pestilence. Wow. Okay, so let's deal with this famine, this part. Okay, there shall be famine or depression. And economic depression comes when a shortage of what? Food, or as some would say, famine. We are on the verge of a great economic worldwide depression, worse than 1929. So you all have been knowing that that's where we are. That America really was bankrupt back in the 70s. We just, the Chinese bail us out, the Arabs bail us out, and that's how we are keeping afloat. Okay? So now, when I think that was 2008, is that right? That's when things went under. Now, we were talking last week that I think 1929 and the 2018 all happened right around the time of what we call the Feast of Tabernacles and the Day of Atonement. So, when we study last day events as it relates to the sanctuary, you'll see, according to the calendar, that there's certain events that happen at certain times. And that will be a call mark to let us know what's going on. Okay, so with this, now a lot of people are, banking on their money in the banks. Now some people, the white folks, they saying that they're taking their money out, they putting it in vaults and so forth, so they're not stupid. They're putting it in gold and all that. So there's all different people doing all different type of things because they're expecting something to happen, okay? I heard that there's doctors and lawyers that they're buying farms now and they're living out, farming and growing it. Doctors and lawyers, what are you doing that for? Hey, because when it goes under, we ain't stupid, we're going to be surviving. Now, How many of us know anything about the 1929 depression of who made it through without a glitch? I met a man that when I was living up in Schuylkill Haven, Pennsylvania. He had an orchard. And he said that when the 1929 depression hit, his dad went out and he sells apples. They had an apple orchard, so he would go out with his cart and sell apples. So in 1 week he was out, and he asked somebody, hey, how come no one has been buying my, apples for a week? He said, didn't you know the banks closed? Didn't you know the depression? He said, no. So those that lived off the land, those that were independent of the state, independent of the city, independent of all of these things, it didn't even affect them. And so that's why the doctors and the lawyers said, hey, we get our little farm, we get our little orchard, we get our little thing, and hey, when it hits, we know how we'll make it. Okay? So, I'm just saying. So they weren't trying to get everybody into the cities. Why? Because you are totally dependent on them for everything. And those that were in the city during 1929 depression, they had to stand in what? Line. I mean, hey, if you want some food, you got to stand in line. The banks closed and said, hey, we're not opening. Okay? So, we have to realize that, because as I was thinking, I was saying, okay, Yahweh created Adam and Eve and put him where? In the garden. Man has created, and he puts us in what? The cities. The counterfeit. So one will mean we are independent of the system. Other means we're what? Totally dependent on the system. Okay? And that's what this is all about. To hurl us all into these cities and then collapse them. Now, let me ask you a question. I don't know how many of y'all were around during the civil rights movement and the riots and all of that stuff. I remember they said D.C. and so forth, and up on, I guess down here in Greensboro, that they brought tanks on the campuses. They said, man, that the highways, during peacetime, you can travel. But when it isn't peacetime, hey, they're only for the military use only. They said they had put up barricades and they put up walls. You couldn't get in, you can't get out. So about these highways, we got these super highways. What are they putting up? Walls. For what purpose? See. I mean, they doing it right before our eyes. They're doing everything right before our eyes. And they even say they got concentration camps. They're sweeping them out. So we are supposed to know and understand that no, we ain't supposed to be in these cities where they rile you up and put you away. So we need to be thinking of how. That's the whole key. We have Yahweh's way of life and man's way of life. We have the true and we have the counterfeit. He had it such that you would depend on the earth and depend on him and depend on the rain and depend on everything so that they can what? Grow and you can live. Man said, no, we got the Terminator seed, we got GMXO, and no, you're supposed to be getting your dollar, what is it, the dollar menu? You're supposed to be getting all this stuff, and we hooking you up. Okay, so there's two different systems completely that we have to look at. Okay, we're supposed to be independent of man. Man says you have to be dependent on us. And to the point that what? We don't even know how to add no more. You don't have to multiply no more. You don't have to know anything. Everything's right here. And when you do that, guess what they're doing? Brain hacking you. Okay, so all of this is happening. So let's not be fooled, because this is the deception to bring in the economic crisis, because now you have given us everything. And how many have gotten a new, what is it called? The Real ID? Y'all haven't been forced to get real ID yet?
I did it online, so
Huh? What?
I did it online, so I didn't have to do it.
But you'll have to do it.
Wait. In Maryland, where I was just told that they said there is, you got to get it. And then I told them to opt out, and they told me I can't opt out.
They said 2020.
I understand. No, that's when it's going to be enforced.
Right.
Right. But now, so they're not asking you guys to get it yet?
They asked.
Oh,
They
okay.
had to opt
And
out.
okay, how many got new license recently?
Yeah, online.
Okay, and you told them what?
I said, I opt out just because.
Did they ask you?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
They did.
And you said,
No, because I did it online, not to DMV. If I went to DMV, I would have had to get it. Like, I would have had to.
okay, so that's what I'm saying. Y'all be acting like I'm going crazy. You had to. You had to if you went down. If you didn't, you could escape it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I guess it's temporary.
Okay.
Well, I have one.
Yeah, they told me I will have to do it the next time, which is in
Oh, yeah, you have to do it next
3
time, yeah.
months From now, I will have to.
3 months?
get Federal ID.
3 months?
Yeah, 3
Okay.
months.
I have.
Okay, did you ask the opt-out? Okay, you didn't know? Okay,
I didn't know you.
did you ask the opt-out?
No.
Okay, you didn't know, okay. But now everybody else know. As the sister said, you can opt out. Okay? Go ahead.
The way they explain it is like, well, if you don't do it now, you're gonna have to get it done anyway.
That's right.
So I was just like, well, I might as well just get it since it's
Yeah, I understand.
mandatory, so.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
I didn't even ask. I'm just saying, you got these new license.
They didn't ask you.
No, but I don't have to.
Oh, okay, you didn't get the new, okay, they didn't even ask, okay. So, okay, we know 2020 is when they require it, okay. But now, as we are going along in it, this is just one of the steps to, now what does, when it's full blown, when they have it up, full running, do you know what it's gonna take? Your fingerprints, iris, and facial recognition. And that's what they're doing in India. Because they said they want to test it on the billions, not the millions.
So, okay, because when I went to get mine, I didn't go through that process.
Okay. Right, no, you didn't go through it yet. No, not yet. I said when it's full blown. But they just get you in first so you can get the new card, because on the card there got to be some chips, there got to be something in there. What you have now, there's nothing they can do with that. So that's the key. Did they mail it to you?
Yes.
Or they gave it to you live?
No, they mailed it.
Oh, okay, see, they mailed it, okay.
They're currently doing that in China already.
Yeah.
And, they call it building social credit. So like if you, like I said, if you like committed a crime, or you owe like,
Bad debt.
you owe taxes, or you owe people money, that you won't be allowed to shop in certain places, you won't be allowed to travel outside the country, or anything like that.
They'll show your name and all that when you go to places.
And this is literally like right now.
Yeah, they live
Wow, this is deeper than I thought.
Yes.
Okay, so this is what we're talking about. This is the deception to make you believe that you will have what? Greater security.
Right.
We're looking out for your interests, not ours.
That's what they say.
That's what they say.
I was gonna say, because I was looking at my husband and I noticed like his was March of this year, but he didn't opt to do that. So his actually says not for federal identification.
That's what mine
So he can only use this for certain things.
Right.
And so another point I was gonna say is when on Facebook, that whole facial recognition thing is all gonna be linked in together. But the thing that's ironic is on Facebook, okay, so this is my first cousin. We're in a lot of pictures together. It will try to identify her as me
Right.
on Facebook and say,
Oh, yeah.
is this you in this picture? So how accurate is it really going to be? I'm just saying it's a lot of problematic things ahead. Yeah, but they are. They are.
I mean, don't worry about it. Okay, we need everybody. We can't have everybody talking at one time. I mean, I'm letting y'all in a little bit, but don't want to get it out of hand here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when my daughter was down there to get hers, I asked her questions and found out that you can't opt out of it right now, you don't have to get it, they do try to add it and get it. So she didn't get it, But it's the same thing, not federal, not used to federal, but they was telling me at DMV that as long as you have a passport, that you wouldn't really need to go out there. Right. Because you just have to show two forms of identification as opposed to one, if you don't get it.
Right, so you'll be able to fly. Okay, they said this is the way it worked, the way these clowns work. Okay, you can use your passport for anything, go out of the country, whatever. If you can't use your license to go out of the country, but you can use their real ID as your passport to go out of the country. So they're just adding a little, saying you don't need your passport. Do you really want that extra one? And we can hook you up real good. Real good.
I know they also said you couldn't enter any type of federal building without the right.
Right, but if you have your passport, you're fine.
Right.
That's the key.
I know that was-
So yeah. See, so they're using it, and if you work for federal, I guess you don't really, they're trying to make sure you don't have a choice. Okay, so now this is going to be tied with the economics. So when we talk about the Depression, we talked about how people in the past have made it through without it affecting them, and we're hearing about how doctors and lawyers are doing it. Okay, so you decide how you want to, roll as things roll on. Okay, there shall be famine or a depression. The 1929 Great Depression, it was at the end of the roaring what? 20s. And guess what? Everybody calls the roaring 20s, that's when America was what? Great. That's right. Okay, that's how they put it. Technology's golden age, radio, cars, phones, travel in the air, avionics, power grid. Black Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, October 24th, 28th, and 29th. The Dow Jones fell 12.8% by Monday and 23% by Tuesday. By November 11th, the cumulative index dropped 40%. By July 1932, the Dow Jones had lost 89%. So this is, now remember, other people knew when this occurred to what? Pull their money out. And then when to buy back in. But the average person was not given that liberty. That caused the 1929 Great Depression. The stock market crash of 1929 was not the sole cause of the Great Depression, but it did act to accelerate the global economic collapse, of which it was also a symptom. And so we've been saying that since 1970, our cities in America have been bankrupt. Okay, we're just living on false money.
That's right.
Okay? By 1933, nearly half of the American banks had failed. Unemployment was approaching 15 million people, 30% of the workforce. Now, the crash of 2008, 2009, 15 United States banks failed in 2008 due to security of package subline loans. Y'all remember them, that they were putting these loans out? They tell you that you can, you can get zero credit and you don't have to pay it back and all that. So they were just what? Lying to you, setting you up to pull it down. Credit default swapped issues to insure the loans. Developed into the global crisis, which resulted in the European bank failures. So it didn't just happen to Europe. We heard it happened to what? Everybody. So everybody's connected. So if you pull down one, you can collapse what? The whole system. Iceland was threatened with bankruptcy. Several other banks were rescued by government intervention. Now, how did we rescue us? $7 trillion of what? That who's going to pay? Now wait a minute, the banks been ripping us off from J Street, and now we're going to what? We're going to bail out the banks and put us in what? Deeper debt. Acquisitions of other banks. November, Iceland received an emergency loan from the IMF. October 8th, 2008, Indonesia stock dropped 10%. October 11th, 2008, IMF warned that the world financial system was on the brink of meltdown. The House of Representatives began voting on a $700 billion rescue plan. To pull out who? The banks who have been ripping us off.
Right.
Because they said they're too big to what? And no, man, let them bad boys fail. Y'all don't rescue us when we go back.
Come on now.
But remember, during the slave trade, who were the bankers? No. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay. Now I'm trying to see who's listening and who's writing down. Because I told you there were 3 parts in this what? Slave trade. And I said one was the bankers. Who were the bankers? The European Jews. That's right. It's those who say they are Jews, but are not. But are the synagogue of Satan. Okay? So these are the guys that we're talking about. Okay? Now, who is voting to approve this? The House of what? Okay, and who's on it? The religious right.
Oh, yeah.
We're right. And they said what? We represent the slave owners. Yeah, man, we represent them. So now we hooking back up again. Yes, the bankers with the American government to make sure that what? That we will be slaves forever. Because who's going to pay back this money? So it's not just us, not our children. They said, listen, don't worry, it's at least 10 generations we got, Because we are what? What we are straw?
Stronger.
There we go. That's all we are. So hey, we could just say, you guys are nothing but a number.
Right.
And wait a minute. Did you get your birth certificate? Did you get a Social Security? And you signed up for what? Paying back this loan. That's how it works. All right. So these are the bankers. I want to make sure you know the cahoots hasn't changed. It's the same group of people. The biggest decline in stock since 2011, 10%. China, Black Monday. 824.15 dropped over 1,000 points. The average 401k person loss on Monday was $3,000. Anybody lose on 401k? No, nobody lost. Yeah, lost. Well, whenever. When this thing hit, they said everybody lost, bro. Everybody lost. Even though you might not think about it. Now, what happened to the housing prices? They said, man, you don't have to worry about the houses because that is a guarantee. And people just bought, and they say, yeah, man, I'm guaranteed. And then they just,
Yep.
and then you said, okay, I want to sell. No problem.
Nope.
Your house
Right.
is worth less than what you own.
There you go.
Now you can come out, and some people, like I had a cousin, he had bought his house down in Atlanta, and he was, I think, 2 years in it. He said, no, man, I'm walking away. He just walked away. He said, no, man, no way, I'm not paying this no more. He just walked away, and that's what a bunch of people did, especially if you just bought the crib. Now, if you got 20 years into it, or something like that, if you got 1 or 2 years, that's interest anyway. You ain't even paid anything.
That's right.
They just walk off.
Right.
Okay? So there was a lot of different things that were going on. And then they had the nerve that people were saying, I'm staying in there. And I ain't paying nothing. The people didn't pay anything. They said, okay, we go foreclose, foreclose. We're going to eventually kick you out, but you can't kick us out because y'all been ripping us off from Jump Street. So it's been all of these fraudulent things are coming to the surface.
Right.
Okay? Not to say how much they took out of our 401k.
Don't forget the bonuses they paid to the people after they paid them off through the bailout, then they wound up paying the bonuses to the president.
That's right, paying the bonuses.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. So we can see this economic crisis upon us. The sell-off began in China's weakening economy, spread to Europe, Asia, and now the USA. So notice how it went. China, Europe, Asia, America. But now what about when it hits America? It goes backwards. Because everybody else is depending on us for everything.
Yeah, I was gonna say too, I remember the peons didn't even see it coming. Because I was in the process of buying a house at that time, and I had just gave my realtor some money to do the appraisal. We were buying the house, and I think $350 for an appraisal. She said, well, I don't have a receipt, but when I get back to the office tomorrow, I'll email you a receipt. I said, no, just write it on a napkin, just write me something, you know? And good thing I did, because the next day, everything collapsed. And that napkin saved my $350, you know? So she called me, she was like, I said, what happened to you? She said, I don't have a job. She said, I didn't know, my company went bankrupt. The bank is out, you know, everything, the bottom just fell out. Nobody knew from day one to day two what was gonna happen. And then when they started having a bailout, I was able to produce that napkin and get my money back because that's all I had. So the company wasn't, her company just closed down the next day.
Brother?
So I worked for the third largest bank in the country at the time. And literally, it was Wachovia. Literally, we were on conference call the Friday before. And the president, now we ain't never had no conference call with us. He told us, look, here's the two things that we're doing. One, don't make no more loans. We're looking around like, what? Don't make no more loans. The second thing they told us was we're introducing new rates on our CDs. We were giving out like 4% CDs for 7 months. Insane. That's insane. Because 7-month CDs should probably get you about 1/4%, 0.5%. They were trying to suck in cash. Trying their hardest to suck in cash. They went out as far as 5 years at 5.5%. It was that, it's insane. Like, we don't do that. Only reason they were doing that was to try to get cash in and stop loaning to stop sending cash out. Monday, we were on a conference call, our regular Monday morning conference call, and our sales leader was talking. Somebody chimed in and said, we just got bought. And they were like, nah. They were like, no, turn on CNN. So everybody, like, you know, grabbed their phones, went to the break rooms, and lo and behold, they were like, over the weekend, the Federal Reserve said, you got two choices. We padlocking every bank, number one, or somebody better buy Wachovia. Too big to fail. So somebody came in, it was at that time, it was Sydney, and said, we'll buy him. It was pennies on the dollar. I literally sat there and watched, I'm an investment guy again. I sat there and watched our stock go, and watched my 401k go, and watched several of my clients' accounts go. And so it was real. And it was, because I was one of those people, we were literally on the call, being told we will remain an independent bank, we will not sell, we will not be bought, we're fine, we're not in trouble. But we were the second largest maker of the subprime loans because we bought Washington Mutual, which was the #1 in that space. And we had 6 months prior, had a meeting, impromptu loan training, where they were training us on this new product. It was called a pick-a-pay loan. And you literally, I ain't never seen nothing like it. I told my loan officer, I was like, oh, crazy. Like, who's gonna do this in their right mind? You know, in the bank, on the management side, like, why are they doing this? Like, these loans are gonna default. Like, there's no question. You had a choice of 4 payments. One was 15 years, one was 30 years, one was interest only, and one was based on a full interest rate that was less than half of the real rate. So you literally were allowing your loan to increase on a monthly basis. And those people, they were forcing that. They was like, look, you're gonna send your loan into the regular channels. If it's declined, you send it to Texas. Why? because that's where they underwrote the picker pay. They was like, it won't get declined there. They were approving stuff. People like come in, we just stopped, you know, we used to do all of our due diligence and sooner or later it was just like, oh, bad credit, no income, we'll just do state and send it to Texas. Yeah.
Okay, so there we go. We have the internationalists, the world bankers. Now, what do you think they're doing with the third world countries? I was taking an environmental engineering class, and they were showing of how that, I think it's Coca-Cola, that buys water. And so they were taking water and going to third world countries and taking the wells and then pulling the water out of it to make their, sodas and stuff, and then locking it so that the people who live there could not get their water. We are told that the world bankers, that to them to get the resources of the world is that we promise you and we will build roads in your community and we'll build up houses and all of these things, hotels. And now when we do that, then we know you're going to default on it. And now when you default on it, then you got to give us your land and give us your resources. They're just doing this around the entire world. So do you understand? That is deception, and that is what? Conquering and to conquer. The entire planet. And those are the three ways that the boys are doing it. The three boys. Or the three unclean spirit, like frogs.
When we lived in Washington, D.C., I worked for the World Bank for a short period of time. Yeah. And I had never heard of the World Bank. So what do they do? Well, we bail out countries. So I said, oh, okay. So if countries go broke, this bank right here bails them out. Yes. But then, like you said, they go and if they can't make good on the loan, then that's when they say, now we get to confiscate your land. So you are no longer independent. Now you fall under the rule of this world, that entity. Yeah, that's real.
Yes. I'm glad we got people who, have first-hand knowledge of what's going on and how it operates and so forth. Because some people be saying, Emmanuel, you just well, some people tell me, Emmanuel, you just say, you just believe all this conspiracy theories. I say, this ain't a conspiracy, Jeff. This is real. I know you don't want to believe it.
Absolutely.
But hey, this is where we are. And it's better for us to know now than what?
Later. Right.
Than later. Okay. Fear of a sharp slowdown in China's economy, then China lowered their interest rates. Truly, the book of Revelation is correct again. Hurt not the oil. All right, let's look here. All right, back to Revelation again. Revelation chapter 6. So if you follow me, you know what I'm at. If you're not following me, you don't know where I'm at. Okay. Okay. All right. Verse 5, I'll start at. And when he had opened the third seal, I heard the third beast saying, come and see. And I beheld. Now, why are we reading Revelation 5 and 6? It's the third seal, but why are we reading it? It's giving us what? The details of this famine, of this economic crisis. That word, there ain't enough. That's just one word. Now it's going to tell us what's really happening. Okay, so keep it in mind. Come and see, and I beheld, and lo, a black horse, and he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hand. And I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts say, a measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny, and see that thou hurt not the oil and the wine. Now notice what it's saying here. It says a penny back in those days was what? A day's labor. Because remember, they said that, you know, hey, come, and we're picking the field, and they were picking, and then he said they came in, grabbed some other ones, and they came in, and he said, we'll pay you the same, and he gave them all what? A penny. So that's a day's labor. Okay. For what? 3 measures of barley for a penny. Okay. Now, of measures of barley. Now, when we talk about wheat and barley, we use wheat for what? To make bread, you know, the sustainer of life.
Right.
Okay? And we use barley sometimes. Does anybody use barley? You can use it for like cereal and different things, so it's a substitute for rice and all those things. And to feed animals, you said? Okay. So, if it's going to take a whole day's labor to get a measure of bread, what is that telling you? Is that an economic crisis? Is that a famine? Okay. Y'all remember, I think they were down in New Orleans. They said they were selling a gallon of what? Of not gas, of, I think, water for $100. Back in those days. They were just gouging whatever they can get out of it. Okay? So, this is going to be the similar situation. Okay? That's what he's trying to describe to here. And he says, hurt not what? Okay. Now, the oil. When this economic crisis hit, what happened to oil?
Go up.
Did it hurt the oil crisis? Did it hurt the oil people? No. Them boys were like, okay, now we got real money. Okay, so the Bible is very accurate. Now, for years, until I understood the oil industry, I didn't even know what this meant. I'm like, dang, I don't know what this means. But it becomes clear. And the wine is what? That's what people get high on. When you get stressed out, what do? You drink some wine. And so now we expect that what? What will be going up? Drug abuse, alcoholism, heroinism, cocaine. And now what is going on? They're saying that kids are getting high off of what? Breathing in, stuff from what? Fumes from what? Aerosol. All the time. So we have entered into, and that's going to, and we just came over the epidemic, the opioid epidemic. Okay? We just know that, in America, that, drunkism and heroism and all of this stuff is, increasing. Matter of fact, I think in the cities they're saying, because so many white people are dying from it, they say, hey, we got a problem. Right. When black people are dying from it, we got to arrest them and lock them up and put them in prison.
Exactly. Right.
So it's the depression that the state that people are finding themselves in. When you're in that state, what are you going to do? Get high, man. Cloud 9. Ain't that, y'all remember that song? Yeah. Psychedelic Shack, that's where it's at. That's where it's gonna be. There ain't gonna be no question. It's gonna be real. And that's what people will be doing, and that's what people were doing. And so this is what he's saying, that's what we're talking about. Okay? These are the things that are affecting, as we call it, the third seal. Now, some people don't believe that we even entered any of the seals because we wasn't raptured yet. One day when they wake up, and they hear some of this, the boys are going to wake up and say, hey, you guys been lying to us. Yeah, man. But it's his story, right? It's your fault that you listened to my story. And my story is surely you knew I was lying. And if you didn't, more power to you. So, this is what we're seeing going on in the third seal. So we're at this point, and everybody is looking for something to happen. So we're here, okay? We're here at this time frame. Hurt not the oil. The oil crisis will not disappear since the ones running it is according to the Bible. Is. For all nations have drunk of the wine and the wrath of her fornication. And the kings of the earth, the presidents, and the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. That's where we find ourselves. Revelation chapter 18, verse 3. I do a lot of quoting of Revelation 18 because it's very relevant to what's going on around us. So how many people are drunk? How many nations are drunk? And we wondering why we don't know what's going on? How many drunk people know what's really going on? They know what's going on. Now let me think of this. Okay, we talked about, sleeping. We talked about the 10 virgins. What does that really mean to you? I thought about it, and I said, okay, if I'm asleep, how much am I conscious about what's going on around me? And now that we understand what's going on, how much do we really know what's going on? We are in that state. And so then they can come in, a robber can come in and do what? Take everything I have, and I'll never even know. And I can be doing what the promise of the Americans had told us. We're sleeping and we're in a deep sleep. It's called the American dream. I mean, they said it, man. I mean, hey, yo. The Bible said we're in this deep sleep. We dreaming the American dream. As long as you sleep, hey, it's a dream, man. A dream come true. When you wake up, you realize you have been robbed of everything. We're not talking about physical things. Forget that. We're talking about mental and spiritual. And that's what they have done with this book. They have robbed us from the teaching of this book.
I'm sorry, I had to go back to what you said earlier, which was, what is the one thing that the church has given us more than anything? I remember hearing over and over and over and over, we're Gentiles.
Yes.
That is precisely what happens when you declare a state of being Gentile. You are saying, I'm nations, not of Elohim.
Right.
You're literally saying, I'm outside of his people.
Right.
Which is why Shaul says we were once Gentiles, separated or alienated from that covenant.
Right.
But then what does it say? We've been brought near. So what has been stolen? Identity. What has been stolen? Oh, the churches are full on Sunday morning. Sabbath service, you can't find.
What was our studies yesterday? The 144 identity and legacy what? Stolen. That's exactly what you said. Stolen.
Stolen. And so that's what it is. Our feast days are stolen. And there's always a replacement. Because the pattern is being followed. Yeshua says that, the demon being called out and that he came back and found the place, swept and empty. And brought even more back, more dangerous than himself. So what do? They replace it and say, let's get rid of this and put Christmas in its place. Let's get rid of this and put Easter in its place. Let's get rid of this and the next thing we know, we have a different religion, a different culture, a different worship, a different God eventually, false everything, and it has been stolen, and we're asleep and don't realize.
Different names.
Amen. We are there. So that's what it means when you're asleep. When you are asleep. Now, some people, when they're asleep, they don't like to be disturbed. So then you hire a dog. That's what you do. You hire a watchdog.
Oh my goodness.
The watchdog's job is to watch to see the robber coming in. And you hear that boy barking and you say, man, be quiet. I am getting my sleep. And I'm having a beautiful dream. And you get up and you shoot that dog. And you go back to sleep. And the robbers just come in and steal everything. And he has watchmen on the wall of Zion. And what have they been doing to them? Blowing them away. We showed back in the 60s that what? They came with this message of that we are the people of the book. And what did we say? We threw them out. We called them heretics. And so there we go. So all of this is real. Now you're not going to hear that, from the Eurocentric viewpoint. But that's the truth. That's where we find ourselves. And so keeping in mind that we are drunk, we are sleeping, and we are in the matrix. And they have a beautiful dream for us. Okay, what happened when we are dealing with the greenhouse effect? Great earthquakes in different places, which can create these wind tsunamis, which are nothing but waves that come and wipe things out. So when we, okay, the Bible has told us to be what? Stewards of the planet. Okay? Now, the Eurocentric viewpoint of that is, that means I can kill anything, destroy anything, and wipe out anything as long as I want. Is that right? That's their viewpoint. They told me that.
Right.
And I'm saying that's insanity. But the African viewpoint, but not just even African viewpoint, any Aborigine viewpoint is that we have to live in harmony with what? Nature and its laws so that they can what? Bless us. Now think about it. When we were told that when we come into the land that we dwell, that he says we must follow the laws of the land. And he says if we don't, what would happen? What will spew you out? Wait. How can the land spew you out if it's not intelligent? See, the white man said, no, it's not intelligent, so we can destroy it. And the African and the Aborigines just say, no, you can't destroy the earth because the earth going to destroy you. That's a scriptural thing. That's what the book said, that it will spew you out. That means it is intelligent. Everything that we have placed ourselves above and trying to subjugate and wipe out, we're going to find out is going to backfire on us. And so that's what the Bible has been trying to tell us. He's been trying to tell us that as an African, you have to reverence the earth. You have to respect the earth. You have to respect the animal. You can't just wipe everything out and think everything will be cool. Now, there was a group of people that was in the book of Enoch. I don't know how many of y'all read the book of Enoch, but in the book of Enoch, they said that the people, the angels, mixed with these daughters of men, and they had these giants. And these people that they taught, the angels taught them to be aggressive and to be barbarians and to wipe everybody out. Now, I'm not going to say who that represents today. You make your own conclusions. But we are spending all of our money on what? Warfare, killing, murder, when we should be building what? Rebuilding cities, building what? People's economy. We're supposed to be spending, but we're spending all of our time wiping people off the planet of the earth. And so, it's going to come back on us. And so the Bible is very crystal clear. So these troubles that we're seeing in paradise, that we're seeing coming out the Midwest and so forth, these are just the beginning of, guess what? Sorrow. Okay? The beginning. Nothing more. The third seal talks about the hurricanes, okay, that we had down in where? New Orleans, right? Okay, 175 miles per hour. Wow. We had the same thing down in New Orleans, Mississippi, Alabama, and all of these different places. Now, I don't know, y'all hearing places that tornadoes never hit before, they're hitting now? Did y'all know that? What's that? Okay. Up where we live, Pennsylvania, we don't get no tornadoes up there coming up there now. So the world is turning upside down. Okay? Tornadoes with winds of 250 miles per hour. We have an average of 1,000 tornadoes per year. Trouble. Tornado season is in March through October. So that's what? Now. Hurricane season is what? August through November. Katrina was spent how much? $51.8 billion for victims. The financial toll for the storm could have hit $60 billion. Now, how much would the bankers bank out? 700 billion? This ain't nothing. What, 10%? Okay, this totals $101 billion that can be put into United States, what? Economy, depression, if every city is hit. Troubles. If these judgments of Yahweh continue, we can find ourselves in an economic crisis, and this would bring the rest of the world down with us. Since the Arab world, China, and Japan, the economic giants, are all buying our debt through United States bonds. This would bring us into the height of the third sign given by the Messiah in the Gospels. Fourth sign. Did y'all want to eat now or?
Yes, we can go ahead and break.
Okay. All right, so this would be a good point. I'm sure you have a lot to talk about during the eating phase. And we'll return back to our study. Okay, do we have everybody settled in here? Everybody has something to eat? Now, we don't want to put you to sleep. We don't want you to be intoxicated with the food. All right? All right, everybody ready? Oh, yeah. Well, the noise in the background gotta cut down. Okay, good. All right. You want to hold questions down or?
You want to go ahead and?
Yeah, I can keep it, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll just ask him,
Yes.
not a problem. Okay, all right, so we're here in the fourth seal. Okay. Okay, under the fourth seal, well, just wanted to make sure everybody got, under the third seal, what happened?
Third seal?
Famine and depression.
Okay, and how does that relate to us today? Economic depression, the economic fall, the stuff, the crash, the stuff that they're working on. So we're on the brink of it. Okay, so we can see where we are, we can see what has happened, we can see where we are and what's about to occur. Now, what does the fourth sign mean? It is Yahweh's threefold judgments. Okay, why do we have to have judgments? Judgments for what? I mean, we done something wrong? Right, what has to be judged? Okay, right. From the first seal forward. This Christian movement, this Christian nation, this, this threefold union, all of that is now has to be what? Judged. I mean, it ain't no getting around it. So this is Yahweh's threefold judgments. Now we're going to run across the judgments when we deal with the trumpets also, okay? So when we deal with the trumpets, that's going to be his judgments, okay? There shall be. Okay, so if I read here under the fourth seal, verse number 7, as you can see, Matthew 24, verse 7, Mark 13, verse 8, and Luke 21, verse 11. Matthew 24. Oh, all it's going to say is pestilence. Sorry. Back to Revelation to give you the details. Okay. And now, verse 7 says, and when he had opened the fourth seal, I heard the voice of the fourth beast say, come and see. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse. And his name that sat on him was Death. What? Death. That means it's what? Wiping out everything. And hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the what? Fourth part of the earth. to do what? To kill. What seal was that? No. Second seal, okay? There. Come on, y'all gotta follow along. With the sword and with hunger.
Second and third.
No, not second and third. You just told me the second was what? War and famine and sword. So how can hunger be war, famine, and sword? What is it? Which seal is it?
War was third.
Third.
War was two, family.
The famine was third. The what? War was 2, and the first one was deception. Okay, remember these because they just keep multiplying. Okay, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. Okay, so we have here. Okay, the population now, and I think they're saying they're projecting it around 7 billion to 10 billion. So we just take an average number, okay, and let's take 8 billion, make it average. And if we get 1/4 of the earth, how many people are we talking about? So when you see 2 billion people die, you know what? You're in the fourth seal. As simple as that, okay? So he gives us way markers that we can see, okay? And, you know, that's going to be pretty, you know, serious. So, this pestilence or disease, we've been having what? Bird flu, mad cow disease, AIDS, cancer. What other ones are we coming up with? I think the Ebola, The what? The measles, that's correct. That's back on the charts. Heart disease, that's right. We get heart disease, that's #1 killer for us. Now, how many people know anybody that's on drugs? So nobody over here knows anybody on drugs. Nobody on that table knows nobody drugs. Wow. Okay. Now let me define drugs. Okay, let's first of all, I don't know what drugs you guys are talking about. What drugs are y'all talking about? Medication. Yes, there we go. We got the $1 trillion business. He's supposed to be at everybody's table. What are you talking about? The $1 trillion business, man. He at everybody's table. He eating it up. That is correct. I remember my mom. She's 78, I think now. I think she's 78, and she was sitting down with with my grandmother, her mother, and she was supposed to be taking care of my grandmother. And she says that she pulls out all these, you know, drugs that she's taking. And she said, "Mom, why aren't you taking anything?" So she's saying, "Dad, my mom is healthier than me. I got this high blood pressure, I got this, I got that, I got this, and she ain't got zip." So what is that telling us? Anything? I mean, obviously she grew up, my grandmother grew up in the country, but they moved when she was 6 to New York. So, she, you know, they had that transition. So her parents grew up in the country and all that and so forth. And so my grandfather, he left at 19, so he grew up out in the country and so forth. And so they had followed the 9 laws of health. Most people do, until you come to what? This society today. What are the 9 laws of health? What is the acronym? How about that? New Start. Okay? Write that down. These are the acronyms. You might want to, you know, check it out. Okay. K stands for knowledge. N stands for nutrition. E stands for exercise. W stands for water. S stands for sunlight. T stands for temperance. A stands for air. R stands for rest. And T stands for trust in divine power. All right, okay, calm down. I'm just giving you, yes, it's called New Start. K-N-E-W. Not just N-E-W. K-N-E-W. For knowledge, for nutrition, for exercise, for water. Y'all got that, right? Yes. Then sunlight. I mean, it's all basic stuff. Temperance. Air. rest, trust, and divine power. So you have these things that the person who live in the country, Aborigines and stuff, they do that every day. They get sunlight every day. They breathe in the fresh air every day. They drink in pure water every day. They have knowledge, nutrition. A lot of them are, matter of fact, I was speaking with a guy who was from Africa, he was from Nigeria, and he said that they hardly eat meat, that they'll have, soup and so forth, and you might get lucky if you get a chunk of meat. You might get lucky. So them guys are already on a clear path, living off the land and water, okay, they get the sunlight, they get the temperance, and abstaining from that which is wrong, and rest they get, and they trust in divine power. So these are natural things that we're supposed to, the Aborigines, do every day. But remember, we said that Yahweh put us where? And the man put us where? In the cities, the counterfeit versus the what? The country. So now let's go through the list. How much air do we get? It's surely not pure air. How much water do we get? They put fluoride in that water. We ain't getting no clean water. Okay, and they say they use 25%, that they legally use 25% of recycled toilet waste in your water that you drink. 25% legal. Legal toilet. The recycling of the toilet of the sewage back into and feeding it to us. Okay? So let's start this. So you see the difference. These boys are getting this and we're getting that. And it's not by what? Accident. No. It's by design. K for knowledge. We don't have the knowledge of it. We done lost knowledge of that. N for nutrition. The dollar menu, the boys, And then we have E for exercise. How many people get exercise? I mean, I see the young people. Okay, I see the old people raise their hand. Oh, what about the young people? I heard that the young people, one guy, my neighbor, he said that his young friends come over, and they tell him, hey, yeah, man, they be indoors all day. And they play video games. He says, yeah, I killed, 10 people. My brother killed 5. And my dad, he killed 15. Really? So the boys are getting into zero exercise. And they said that obesity is what? Is an epidemic. Okay, and it's only an epidemic because we're what? Not getting no exercise. Okay? Then we use the water we mentioned already. Sunlight. We know how much people get sunlight. Old people hand again. What happened in the way? Hey. Okay, the cities are designed to keep you in the what? Crib. Okay, I need air. I gotta stay in the air conditioner. Okay. Let's talk about one of these things. How serious it is. Okay, sunlight gives you vitamin D.
Absolutely.
Vitamin D is used on everything in your body.
Absolutely.
Okay, and so you need some sunlight. So sunlight, they said that because African Americans and Africans that live in Europe and anywhere in the cold areas are always coming down with breast cancer for women, and guess what for men? Prostate cancer. Why? Because of the vitamin D we are not getting.
That's right.
So now you can understand why my mom is sitting up there taking all her drugs, okay? Next one. And my grandmother's sitting there. Hey, what's wrong with you? I thought I grew up a healthy one. No, man. She been living in the city, and you grew up in the country. And so the vital force of their life is entirely different. And so that's why older people are outliving younger people. And don't you think that's strange? I mean, they should be outliving us, not they something seriously wrong. That's because we don't know the 9 laws of health. They practice it every day. And they get their rest. And they're out in the country breathing in the fresh air. What are you breathing in the city? Carbon dioxide.
Come on.
Okay, and if you get them air conditions, recycled air.
Recycled air.
So yes, sometimes it's all right for your air conditioner to go out. Open that window. Get that air in here, man. Oh, yes, I feel good. Okay, so there's this, it's a science. It's called the sacred science that Yahweh has given to us. But we are busy following the beast. I mean, we're born in this, you know, it's not like we doing it, you know, logically. We just do it because what? It's the tradition of men, that's right. Make void the law of God, right? Do your traditions. There you go. And so there's lots of things we still got to grow in. And so, you know, that's why I said our eyes are closed, we're sleeping. The sleep of death. Okay? So that was just one. So I was just sharing that just as we talk about these pestilences and so forth, we have to build up our immune system. We have to be able to be healthy when we're talking about these pestilence and disease. Otherwise, what's going to happen? And he can't say, hey, I warned you. I told you come out. Well, come out how? Have you come out how? With your health, with your mind, with your soul, with your spirit? It's a threefold union. Remember, we are what? Who are we? All right, some got it. Classical African Hebrews. That is right. And we got to think an African way. We can no longer think this European way. That's killing us. We have got to stop that. That is the worst thing we've ever been given. But it's okay. Because he says, hey, I'm going to help you. Okay? So I just thought, so this disease and understanding what disease is, you know, as this thing goes through, now just imagine. There's going to be a lot of diseases going on. Okay, then we have to deal with earthquake in diverse places. We have troubles, it says. It also fearful sights and great signs. Okay, now I can read Matthew 24. I think that's where it's saying all of this. Okay, Matthew chapter 24, verse 7. For nation shall rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. What sign? See if y'all think.
Fourth sign.
Are y'all listening? Are y'all listening? Are y'all with me? Are y'all with me?
Yeah, because that's the pestilence.
No, I said, this is what I read. For nation shall rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. That's where I stopped. That's number what?
Oh,
2. Okay, and there shall be famine. That's number 3. And there shall be pestilence, earthquakes in divers places. That's number 4. Okay, good. So we see here that there's going to be fearful sights also. That's in another scripture. That's in, I think, Mark or Luke. There'll be fearful sights and great signs from heaven. Okay, let's turn there for a minute. Mark 13:8. While we're at it, because I want you to see that, because it is very interesting. Each of the Gospels give a little, sometimes a little more detail than the other. Okay. 13, number 8. For nation shall rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be earthquakes in divers places, and there shall be famine and pestilence. These are the what? Beginning. Beginning of sorrow. Luke 21, verse 11. That's where we'll find the fearful sights and so forth. Okay. Luke 21, verse 11. And great earthquakes shall be in divers places, and famines and pestilence and fearful sights. There it is. Told you. Fearful sights and great signs shall thou be from heaven. Okay, so as we enter into this phase of number 4, all type of things, you know, they're gonna, blame, Yahweh for all of this. That's how it goes. All of these are the beginning of sorrow. Why is this the beginning of sorrow? Because it's a threefold judgment. And all of the stuff is coming to a head. Okay? And so the first sign was deception. Second sign is UN and their wars and their world conflicts. Number 3 is worldwide depression and famine. And number 4, the combination of the first 3 signs, famine, pestilence, disease, earthquakes, wars, these will cause 1/4 of the population, like 1.5 billion people, to die during the 4th sign. Revelation chapter 6, which we read, the name of him that sat sat on the pale horse was death. And hell followed with him. Power was given over them, over the 1/4 of the earth, to kill with the sword, with war, hunger, death, and the beasts of the earth. So as you can see, this goes into what? More detail. How many people are going to die? How it's going to accomplish the first, second, and the third seal all together as one. Notice what Ezekiel chapter 6 verse 11 says. Thus saith Yahweh of Elohim, pound your fists and stamp your fists and say, alas, for all the evil abominations of the house of Israel, for they shall fall by the sword, by famine, and by pestilence. So remember, we talked earlier about if Yahweh said for us, if we violate the land where we go into, what will happen? The land will spew us out. And so we see that's what actually happened. He says, for all the evil abominations of Israel, I'm spewing you out. And so the same thing is true today. It is not just limited to Israel. In Ezekiel chapter 5, verse 12, 1/3 of you shall die of the pestilence and be consumed with famine in your midst. And 1/3 shall fall by the sword all around you. And I will scatter another 1/3 to all the winds. And I will draw out my sword after them. So we see by us violating these things, this is only the natural occurrence. Ezekiel chapter 12, verse 16, but I will spare a few of their men from what? The sword, from the famine, from the pestilence. That is his threefold judgment, that they may declare all their abominations among the Gentiles wherever they go. Then they shall know that I am Yahweh. Okay, now we move into the fifth seal. What does the fifth seal mean? All right, now it's persecution time. Okay, Matthew chapter 24, 8 through 14. Now the question is going to be, why are they going to persecute us? They don't like us no more? We waking up? We proclaiming something? We stirring up trouble? Okay. All right, starting at verse number 8. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. And then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another, and hate one another. You're going to be offended by what? We'll read about that. Matthew chapter 10. You remember what happened in Matthew 10? That's when you go out and preach the gospel. And then they say, hey man, you got to go. Okay? So, I mean, they do it because of a reason. Now, it said in verse 10, and, okay, then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted. Okay, who is going to deliver you up? Some say kin, okay. Anybody else? Somebody said brethren, okay. Anybody else? Okay, let's go to chapter 10 for a minute, so you can see who's going to deliver you up. All right, we're going to start at verse number 5. These 12 Yeshua went forth and commanded them, saying, go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go ye rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And as ye go, preach, saying, the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Heal the sick. What did he say? Heal the sick. That's where the 9 laws of health come in. Okay? Cleanse the leper, raise the dead, cast out devils. Freely ye have received, freely give. Provide neither gold nor silver nor brass in your purse, nor scrip for your journey, neither 2 coats, neither shoes, nor yet staves. For the workman is worthy of his meat. And into whatsoever city or town ye enter, inquire who in it is worthy, and there abide till ye go thence. And when ye have come into the house, salute it. And if the house be worthy, let your peace come upon it. But if it be not worthy, let your peace return to you. And whosoever shall not receive you, nor hear your word, when ye depart out of that house or city, shake off the dust of your feet. Verily I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore harmless, be ye therefore wise as serpents, and harmless as doves. But beware of men. What men are we supposed to beware of? He told us in Matthew 24, what was it? Those that come in the name of Jesus, saying Jesus is the Christ.
Those men again.
There it is again. But beware of men. I mean, he told you point blank. And then he told you in the first seal, hey, them boys go come in what? Dressed in white. Them boys go dressed up like the angels of light. Mm-hmm. And he says that they will, hey, no surprise that their angels are not what they the ministering spirits. And that's what they are. They come back and tell us that what? We are in charge. Obey. Okay? Then it says, 17, but beware of men, for they will what? To the what? Council. They shall scourge you in their what? Okay, so who are these men that we're supposed to beware of? I mean, it tells you right there. So what did y'all say? I mean, then we just all come out of that. And we're trying to tell them that is correct. And we're telling them, hey, we're proclaiming the gospel. Some of us get kicked out. Some of us walk out. All right? That's what he says. Beware of men. And then he tells you they're going to deliver you up to what? The council. What council? Every church got a board membership. They all got their council. Deacon board. There you go. The elder boards. The bishop board. Hey, they're going to deliver us up. That's right. Hey, this is what we say. Who are you? Well, I'm just reading the word. Hey. What school did you go to? Where'd you graduate from? Who authorized you? See, that's what we're dealing with now. That's right, because they know. Because we need to go find out who authorized you so we can, tell him. Get you straight. Okay, so that's what we read over in 24. Okay? In 24 of Matthew, it was telling us the same thing. Okay, where was it? Pray that your flock be neither. Okay. Then shall ye, okay, I was at 8, okay. Then shall many be offended. Okay, and I bet in verse 9, then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted. And I ask you, who was the they? Now, some of us are being delivered up now. Some of us are, I heard one sister, she had to run because she was talking against Jesus. They said, hey, you better go, hey, let's go get him. So, I mean, hey, that's right. So, we serious, okay? I mean, they ain't playing. Okay, what verse did I stop at? 19? 17, okay. But beware of men, for they will deliver you up to the council. And we know what the council is. That's the board meeting, that's their, elder meeting, and that's their deacon, whatever. And they will scourge you in their synagogues. And ye shall be brought before the governors and the kings for my name's sake, for a testimony against who? Who's the them? Who's the them? Who are we talking to? What did he say? Come on now. The church. That's exactly correct. He didn't say that the priest, it didn't say that the kings of the earth were delivering you up. They didn't say that. It didn't say the governors were delivering you up. They said who was delivering you up? The church is delivering you up because they can't keep you silent. So now the government has to come in, like they did with Yeshua. They said, hey, Yeshua, you need to cool out. John the Baptist, you need to cool out. Y'all shouldn't be talking about us like wolves and serpents. You know, and saying that we're making void the law of Yahweh through our tradition. Gotta cut that out. They said, no, man. So they said, okay. So we are going to deliver you up after we bring you before the council. So when Yeshua, what is going to be the difference between us and Yeshua? We have got, he said that what? If you follow me, hey, what they did to me, they go do to what? Is this exactly what he said? Is this exactly the same thing? They're going to deliver us up. They're going to put us before the council like they did him. And then when they can't get their way and they whip you, then they say, okay, man, deliver them up to the, the government. The government already owns black people anyway. So they be like, yeah. The religious right has delivered you up to us. And when they deliver us up, then they saying, okay, now we can put out, the mark of the beast. Because what? You don't want to buy or sell? No problem. Stop. See, this ain't playing. So now the government has intervened because they said they're delivering you up. The church will deliver you up to the government so that the government can do what they do not have authority to do. But they are all in league with one another.
Do you not see Noah has coming into effect?
The who?
Noah has.
The Noah?
Noah had.
I'm not familiar with them. What is the Noahide?
According to
No.
the people that believe in it, that's what the Jews. They have what they call an education day every year in America. Every sitting president, they say since, I want to say it's somewhere around Nixon, Ford, Carter, somewhere. They signed, I think it's like it's right around May the 11th. And they signed in these premises that they claim Noah killed. One of them basically, it's just a gag on it, that if you will not, you can't speak against their version of what a Jew is. Basically trying to keep you in line with Judaism and
Okay.
and Trump signed it, Obama signed it, Bush signed it, Clinton signed it. They do it every year.
Oh, okay.
And it's these Jewish, Halal, Jews, Europe people. And they just reinforce, it's not worldwide yet, but they're trying to make it that way.
Okay.
And it's the same thing they did back under Europe with Germany. You can't say this, you can't say that, you can't teach against this. So if we're coming out proclaiming who we are, that's just them way of trying to stifle. It's not legal yet.
Yeah. Well, yeah, all of that will kick in. Yes, you're correct. All of that will kick because it's what we are proclaiming. They have a problem with what? Okay, what does the Bible says here that they're having a problem with? That is the truth, right? That is correct. Because we are, it says here in verse 18, and ye shall be brought before the governors and the kings for a testimony against them. And what is the testimony? Is that you lying. That's you saying. You lying. Okay? That is a testimony against them. You are deceiving the masses. How dare you say that? Okay, let's read Matthew chapter 24, verse 4. Take heed that no man deceive you, for whoever comes in the name of Christ and Jesus is the Christ shall deceive us. How else can I interpret it? Explain this to me. Yeshua said that you guys would call him Jesus and that you would use his name to conquer the world. So now tell me, who else is it? They said, yeah, but that should be a gag order. But that's what they say, and that's what we are going to do. It's a testimony not against the world, because the world is just following them. It's a testimony against who? The counterfeit.
Right.
And see, nobody wants to believe that they're the counterfeit. But all of these boys are the counterfeit. Okay, so that's what it says. Okay, and it says, a testimony against them and the Gentiles, 19. But when they deliver you up, take no thought how or what ye shall speak, for it shall be given you in that same hour what ye shall speak. For it is not ye that speak, but the Spirit, but the Spirit of our Father which speaketh in you. And brother shall deliver a brother to death, and father the child. And children shall rise up against their parents, and cause them to be put to death. Ye shall be hated by all men for my name's sake. But he that endureth unto the end, the same shall be saved. But when they persecute you in one city, in this city, flee to another. For verily I say unto you, ye shall not have gone over the cities of Israel till the Son of Man be come. And the disciple is what? That's not what the rapture teaches. Because they getting away with murder and they flee. And he had to die. So that's not what he said. He said that what? That we no greater, we're no less than him. And the disciples is not above his master, nor the servant above his Lord. It is enough for the disciple to be as his master and his servant and his Lord. If they have called the master of the house Beelzebub, how much more shall they call them of his household? Fear them not, therefore, for there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, and hid that shall not be known. What I tell you in darkness, that speak ye in the light, and what ye hear in the ear, that preach ye upon the housetop. And fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell. And so this is what he's talking about. This is the persecution you're going to be up against. Not because you say I'm a black African Hebrew, because you teaching something and you live in something, and they just like, that's enough of that. Okay? So that's what this seal is all about. And that's what is sometimes called the little time of trouble. Why is it little? Because we're about to get into the trumpet seals and trumpets, and you're going to realize, yeah, this was little. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted. Why? Because of the preaching of the true gospel. Then shall many be offended. Where? In the church. They shall betray one another in the church. They shall hate one another in the church. Is that what's going on now? And they ain't even doing nothing. We ain't even saying nothing. The boys are betraying one another, delivering one another, persecuting, hating one another. Many false prophets shall arise and shall deceive many. Why? Because iniquity shall abound, and the love of many shall wax cold. But he that endureth unto the what? Shall be saved. Okay, we're back in Matthew 24. All right. Verse 8, I think I read. All these are the beginning of sorrow. Then shall they deliver you up. Now we know who they are, to be afflicted, and shall kill you. And ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. And then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another and hate one another. And many false what? Prophets shall arise and shall deceive many. I mean, are they here? How many? I mean, one for every denomination. I mean, not one. Thank you. They all deceived. And just imagine, you saying, wait a minute, I done spent all this time and I become bishop and I become pope, and you telling me I'm going to hell. And you telling me these are the real boys and I'm the counterfeit? Shoot. Yo, man, hey, I got something I got to kill you on. And they don't have reason, because they have been so deceived that they have given their whole existence to this, to find out it is what? It is false, it is a counterfeit. And the true is who you've been persecuting. Amen. That's what Paul said, is that right? Yeah. He found himself on the wrong side of the fence. And so, just as it was then, so it will be for us. So there's going to be probably some of them that will persecute us who are finally going to wake up. And it's going to be hard for them. But we're going to say, well, I don't know if I trust you, bro. That's right. Hey, aren't you the one that, threw me out the church? Yeah, I voted you out.
In China, they're closing churches, Christian churches down, and persecuting and putting people in jail, and also killing people because of Christianity. So how is this kind of like paralleling with the scriptures? Because now it looks like all this is being done to Christians in the Christianity world. So how is it going to parallel to us? This is going to be like later on?
Yes, first of all, it'll be later on. Plus, this parallel is no different than the Jewish Holocaust. So they're going to be getting, okay, so for the Jewish Holocaust, what did they do after that? Now they got sympathy from the world that y'all need to protect us. So that's what they're going to do over there. Now we're going to need protection from the world so you can protect Christianity. And we will be forbidden to speak against them. There you go.
Oh, the forerunner.
Oh yeah, the boys got everything planned. They ain't no joking.
Brother's gonna meet the road.
There you go. There you go.
And that's how they bring in Sunday law and martial.
One person at a time. I can't hear everybody, and we're recording. So, finish what your thought was.
So this is how they're going to usher in martial law and Sunday law and all these other laws that they can use with Christianity against Hebrew.
Okay.
Or the classic African Hebrew.
Amen. All right.
And I was saying, I could see that parallel with Islam as well, because they're being persecuted now, and they're being labeled as terrorists and things like that. So they might also end up with protection.
Amen. Amen. Okay, so we got a lot of things going on here. Okay? Now, what verse did we stop at? Verse 11, right? And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. Now, why are people going to, run away from the truth?
Because it's ineffective. What they think is the truth is ineffective. Christianity is not doing what they claim it's supposed to do. The world is getting worse and worse, and you're building up more and more churches.
Yep, and more money. And the love of many shall wax cold. So, just imagine, you are fervent and fighting for the truth you believe, and you fighting for Christianity, and then you find out that, hey, I'm not raptured. Man, you gonna turn on them, man, like, yo, bro, you have lied to me all these years. Them boys are gonna just go backwards. A lot of people who are fervent now will, say, I ain't got nothing else to do with any of this. Not understanding that they've been deceived and that, hey, this is the way. Some of them will say, well, I had enough of all of it. Okay? And that's because iniquity, and as the deception has reached a height, just like some people today, they say, hey, man, I don't believe in none of that stuff. Why? Oh, man, did you see what them Christians did?
Right.
Do you see what the religious right has done? Just imagine people saying, hey, do you see how they enslaved Africans in the name of Jesus? Do you see how they wiped out Native Americans? And you're going to tell me I'm going to follow this? You have got to be a fool. You can't argue with them because they sure was. You sure can't argue with them.
No.
But he that endureth unto the end,
That's right.
that's right, shall be saved. Okay? Now, up to verse 14. Yep, that's where we are. Then shall that wicked be revealed. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 8 through 10. Y'all familiar with this one? That wicked one. All right, let's turn there. 2 Thessalonians. Oh yeah, this one is a good one. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 8 through 10. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom Yahweh shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and to destroy with the brightness of his coming, even him whose coming is after the working of Satan with what? All power, and all signs, and all lying wonders. Whoa! Then shall that wicked one be revealed, even him whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power, all signs, all lying wonders, and all deceivableness
Right.
of unrighteousness.
Right.
What seal is that? First seal. Now we're talking about what? All
Uh-huh.
deceivableness. If there's deception, you can find it in the church.
Now that's true.
I mean, I didn't write this now. You can read. I know they don't like us reading, but we can read now. In them that perish, because they receive what? Wait. They say, now listen. Now. All you got to do is say Jesus. And you're all right. All you got to do is put your name on the church roll. Amen.
Don't do
And
it.
that's all you got to do. And you say it. Just say Jesus. Confess to Jesus. That's all. Now, the Pope do that. The masters did that. The slave masters did that. It didn't work. So that's not what it said. See, we taking stuff out of perspective again. It says, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. You are saved because you have, or you receive the what? The love of the truth in your heart.
Right.
If you don't receive the love of the truth, you can be for sure you are not saved from
That's
nothing.
right.
And that's what it's all about. And that is not what we're told.
That's right.
We're told you join the church, put your money in, you're all right. Now, when they write your name in the book on earth, they say it's written in heaven. Now wait a minute, now what kind of authority you got to write that bad boy there? And then they tell you, okay, now once you in, if we ever wipe your name out, it's wiped out in heaven.
Right down in heaven.
Now, how much heresy can there be?
Wipe you out.
I mean, they are gods that they write your names in, and they're gods that they take your name out.
Come on.
And some of us don't even think about that. Amen. I'm glad my name's written on the church roll. I mean, I'm serious. Y'all laughing. But that's the reality of it. I mean, but how blind can you be? I mean, how, intoxicated can you be? How sleeping can you be? Now, that's obviously, ain't nobody thinking. Now, I remember I spoke with one guy. He was an old guy. He was around in 1929, and, he was telling me that how he joined the church. The church said once there was 144,000 people, they were going to be the rapture. And Jesus was coming back. 144,000 came and gone, and we made a mistake. He should have known then. And then the brother told me, now Emmanuel, now you know that your name is written in the book when you join the church. And I'm like, really, man? I said, you really believe this? He's an old man. I can't do the same much. And he said, now, and we've been told too, when your name is wiped out, it's wiped out in heaven. I'm like,
They got a lot of power.
you believe this? And I'm like, I can't believe you believe this. And then you're going to tell me. Because, I'm teaching the truth and, hey, they might throw you out, bro. You should, shh, so your name stay in the book. I said, forget that. I remember one guy, he told me, he said, yeah, Emmanuel, I saw your name still in the books. You keeping your umbilical cord? I'm like, wait a minute, what did you say? Yeah, because once it's removed, you cut off, bro. I'm like, wow, man. And this is a young brother. This ain't an old brother. So it's not like, he just brainwashed back in the 20s. No, these are brothers that are our age. And I'm like, wow, man, y'all really believe this stuff. And that's what it says. With how much deceivableness? There ain't nothing that ain't. Now, I remember reading the scripture in Revelation 18. It says that this power that they, I think 28, 18:23, and it talks about sorcery, and it talks about that they deceive everyone through sorcery, and that the blood of all the prophets and all of them are on them. Now I got a better understanding that this wickedness and this stuff from Satan, all that have been deceived and are wiped out is true. I never connected it until right now. In all deceivableness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth. Now, most people do not love the truth. Okay? So that disqualifies almost everybody. Okay? But we have to realize that that is what saves us as He changes our heart.
Absolutely.
As He puts the truth in our hearts,
That's right.
such that we will desire it. That's what's going to save you from the deceptions of all power. How much power are we talking? Okay, it says with all, even him who's coming is after Satan with all power. How much power are we talking about? What power are we talking about? Tell me some of the powers this guy's coming with.
Bringing people back to life,
What's that?
bringing the dead back,
Bringing the dead back. He can probably do that. All right, what else? Huh?
fire from the sky.
Fire from the sky. I'm looking at the practical things. Today, all power. What power are we talking about?
The authority of the church.
Power in that cell, power in that video, power in that light, power in the radio waves, power in the drug companies, power in the food factories, power. See, that's what I'm saying. We need to look at this from an African viewpoint. Not from no European garbage.
Absolutely.
That's the power we're talking about. Because he says that with all deceivableness of unrighteousness and them that perish, because they have not the love for the truth. And he also talks about he's the power of the prince of the air.
Of the air.
That worketh in the children of... So what power are we talking about that's in the air? What? Radio waves, light waves, all the stuff that's in your video games, your everything.
Everything.
Microwave, that's right. And he's bombarding it all with you. And what is it doing? Brain hacking. And he says that we know that the more of these waves that we get, like we're going to 5G now, they said that it interacts with your electrical body. Because you're electrical beings and it causes cancer. So this is what we're talking about. So when we talk about all power, we got to be talking about on every level.
That's right.
Psychologically, mentally,
That's
physically.
right. That's right.
Oh man.
That's right.
When we take a break or when we come back or during the thing, remind me. I'm going to show you. When I was doing my dissertation, I did my dissertation. I was trying to do it on sustainability. And so they sent me, I had these circles. And it showed how all of these different compartments are tied together. From the drug factory, the schooling, to the churches, to the people that manufacture food, to those, and how they're making it all together, of how you have food deserts, and how you don't get exercise and certain, all of these things they tie together to make you obese. Now this was done by a lot of countries, a lot of European countries in America and all the rest of that, and I think, like over 27 professionals. And so I'll show you that. I want to show you that because that right there shows you of how deep this system is. So when I was doing that, I told them I wanted to do a show how we socially engineer people, because that's what that was, socially engineering people into this obesity thing. And so I wanted to be able to take that, and I wanted to show how that is making us cyborgs, how they are programming us, and how they have said this is what they do. Not versus what Emmanuel said. This is from the boys. And so that's what you got to remind me, because I don't have to hunt it down and bring it in there. Okay. For this cause, Yahweh shall send them a what? Amen. That's right. That they should believe the truth. And they saying it's the truth. And they believe in a lie. But they believe it's the truth.
Right.
I mean, when we were there, we believed it was the truth. Then we woke up, man, this ain't right. And they shall believe a lie, that they all might be damned. Why? Why would you let them be damned? Because they believe what? And because why? Because they believe not the truth, that they might be saved. That's what it said earlier, that they might be what? Saved. But have pleasure in unrighteousness. And that is the bottom line. Are we really ready to hear the truth? That's why yesterday I spent a bunch of time to help you see how deceived you are. Because if I didn't, then you're going to be saying, brother, we ain't that deceived, man. Brother, you're taking this overboard. You're a conspirator.
You know, and with you saying that, I remember, I don't know if you all remember the gentleman that went into, what's that Air Force base in Maryland? Went into,
NASA?
Andrews
Air Force?
Andrews Air Force Base. And went around and shot up a bunch of people. And what he said, they were in my head. I could hear them giving me orders and telling me. And I even remember, and this is the part that gets me, that they put it all towards mental health, mental illness. Because I remember Donnie Hathaway. When Donnie Hathaway died, they said he was suffering from mental, but that was one of the statements that he made, that he said, they're in my head, they're trying to get me to kill myself, they're trying to get me to, they're in my head, they're in my head. So, you know, when you speak about that, people, I mean, and when you say that, you know, people say, you know, you're a conspiracy theorist, that you're a conspiracy theorist. But then you have all of these different cases where you see them manipulating, and even the gentleman that went in and shot up the people in the movie theater. I mean, he's sitting there in the courtroom looking like a deer in the headlights. Like, what did I do? I did what? I mean, just completely that, like there's a takeover of their mind. And that they're doing it through, you know, the airwaves, and definitely so. You know, and I work in biological research center, where they do research and using rats and mice, and on you know, health disparities within the Black community. So hypertension, diabetes, heart disease. And the first thing I asked when I started working there was, how do you get rats that are diabetic? I said, I never heard of a diabetic rat. How you get a diabetic rat? How you get a hypertensive rat? I mean, how does that happen? And they're genetically modified. They're born genetically. They're created and born with those. And I'm telling you, that took my brain somewhere else, because I was like, dang, that's probably what they do.
No problem.
That's what they're doing to our people.
Amen.
It's like people just being born to, after a certain age, they develop diabetes, or they develop hypertension, or because it's the pouring in of all of that garbage and food deserts right in the middle of where? Right in the middle of Black and brown neighborhoods. You know, that's where they do it. So they but you'll always find McDonald's, Burger King, all of them right slap in the middle of it. They build a Black school and they put a McDonald's right down the street. So I mean, this is truly when Shaul says that we battle against we don't battle against flesh and blood, but it's against principalities. In a spiritual wickedness, empowered spiritual wickedness.
Principalities. What is principalities? Key word. Principles. What are principles? Laws.
Right.
That are what? That govern us. All they're doing is following.
There you go.
That's all they're doing is studying science and implementing.
That's it.
Because they're principalities. There's powers. All of these things are what is affecting us. That's where we find ourselves. And so as we grow and develop, you can see that they can say, okay, you said that you are the real Hebrews, but you guys, you know, saying that the government is a conspiracy. So we need to lock you up. Okay, you guys are saying, you know, what's going on. And the church is right there. Hey, we'll hand them in to you. So you can see all of this coming together. Remember, this is with all power. They're coming from all angles of scientific notation and so forth. Yes, my sister.
What reference is it referring to? Just voice to skull?
Excuse me?
Voice to skull technology?
Voice to skull?
Voice to skull.
Oh, technology. Yes, they use frequency.
Waiting towards a person and they literally hear what it is they're being programmed to do, to think, and that person carries it out and takes over their own free will. Anyway, the point that I was going to was, I spoke with the researcher last week. I talked to her all week, spoke with her Ohio. And I was asking her specific questions about 5G technology and what we could do as a way to protect ourselves as a natural. And I've been following her for some years. I heard her speak a few years ago. And she was telling me the main thing we always do right now is eat as clean as possible and to anything that will keep our minerals up. She didn't mention vitamins, she said minerals. And I discussed with her some things that I have been doing. And she said we have to detox, keep our minerals up, because the two things that researchers have discovered from China, she said that the two main things was that the 5G will affect is that it will cause the iron portion of the blood to not bind, the iron not to bind with the heat. So basically the 5G would cause anyone with any breathing problems, I guess really even like he's saying, you're electrical beings, and that it could basically shut down the weaker people first. Because it's just a kill switch. They already know this. And it would take those people out first. And whatever, if your iron is not binding properly with the oxygen that you breathe in and it's in your blood, you won't make it too long. And she told me outside of that, the milk. There's something that she told me, I can't think of right now. We talked for about half an hour or so. And then she emailed me later into the night, and then earlier the next morning this morning. And she said that the Chinese had figured all that out, and I just thought it was interesting how they can put that, I mean, if you're going to put it ever so many feet in between, and you got those compacted waves in a short space, they just bombard more frequently, more stronger. So anything anybody can do to eat as clean as possible. You know, meat is acidic, you can still eat meat. You can cut back on them now.
It's a whole thing. And hopefully, when we cover the 9 laws of health, we'll go into some of those. Because that's very important, the wavelengths that are given off. Okay, so all power, all signs, all lying wonders, all deceivableness of unrighteousness, and them that perish. Behold, Matthew 10, we read this already, so I'm going to jump through this. I jumped ahead. I read it before. Matthew 10. Yeah, Matthew 10 is a deep one. But we read it. That's right, when they call them Beelzebub. Okay. All right. All the way to verse 33. Okay. I think we read, okay. Now verse 29. I'll start there. Are not 2 swans sold for a farthing, and one of them shall not fall on the ground without your Father? But the very hair of your heads are all numbered. Fear ye not therefore. Ye are of more value than many swans. Whosoever therefore shall confess me before men, him will I confess also before my Father which is in heaven. But whosoever deny me before men, him will I also deny before my Father which is in heaven. What are we talking about here? I just want to make sure everybody's still with us. What are we talking about? What seal are we talking about? And what is the fifth seal? Persecution. So this is what we're dealing with. Okay, this is what he's talking to us about.
Christians will use that same verse, and it's one of the things that they use to submit themselves to Christianity.
Yeah.
That if you got claim Jesus, that you're going to be lost, you're going to deny it. And that's why another key thing about when they're talking about coming in His name, when the disciples said they came in my name, because the name also represents authority. You're like, if I say, I don't know, if you had a monarch, King James sent me, I get carte blanche because I came in the name of the king, right? So when you say you come in and it came in His name, they're using that authority, the authority that should be going to Yeshua, they're giving it to JC, Jesus Christ. And taking that authority to persecute us because they think that this really applies to Him, that He's been replaced, Yeshua has been replaced in their minds with Jesus Christ. So they can't. That's why they can't see it. Because they're thinking all this stuff that we know applies to Yeshua, and they think it applies to Jesus Christ.
Amen. All right. Think not that I am come to send peace on the earth.
Well, that's what he said.
I came not to send peace, but a sword. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And the man's foe shall be they of his own household.
That's right.
He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. And he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And he that taketh not his cross and follow after me is not worthy of me. He that findeth his life shall lose it. And he that loseth his life for my name's sake shall find it. He that receiveth you receiveth me. And he that receiveth me receiveth him that sent me. He that receiveth a prophet in the name of a prophet, just as you said, shall receive a prophet's reward. And he that receiveth a righteous man in the name of a righteous man shall receive a righteous man's reward. And whosoever shall give to drink unto one of these little ones a cup of cold water only in the name of a disciple, verily I say unto you, he shall in no wise lose his reward. So we see all of this occurring: deception, war, famine, pestilence, under what seal? No, I lost you. Fourth field. That's right. There's all of the boys tied together. That's right. See, I see y'all sleeping on me now. Now wake up. You can't be sleeping on the teacher. You know, I be quizzing y'all, man. Forget all this. Question and answer, my quiz. Fearful sights and great signs from heaven. But before all these things, fearful sights and great signs, they shall deliver us up.
Wow.
Now, fearful sights and great signs. What are these fearful sights and great signs from the heavens? When we look at the seven trumpets, we will find many strange things going on in the heavens. We will also find that scientists are also fearful about what they are sighting in the heavens. Okay, where are we? Which number are we at?
We just finished 5.
Okay, we just finished 5, the gospel, persecution. Now we're moving judgment. Excellent. All right, just making sure y'all ain't sleeping on me now. All right, Matthew 24, verse 15. When ye shall see the what? Abomination of desolation, or the abomination that brings desolation, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand where? In the holy place. Whosoever readeth, let him understand. So, what abominations have we been practicing that is most definitely bringing desolation?
Idolatry.
Idolatry, all right, carry on.
So the nation in general,
Yeah, because everybody's going to get it. The abomination, what? Abortion, homosexuality, y'all listed, it's just going on. That's right. Idolatry, just massacring young people. No, they got a reason. You're black. All right. Okay, where is the abomination or the transgression that brings desolation in the book of Daniel? It is found in a number of places throughout scriptures. Let's look at them. All right, Daniel chapter 8. I think the brother said he wanted us to cover some Daniel here. Daniel chapter 8, verses 11 through 14. And by him the daily was taken away, and the place of his sanctuary was cast down. And host was given him against the daily, by reason of what? Transgression, or what we call abomination. How long shall be the vision concerning the daily and the transgression or the abomination of desolation? To give both the sanctuary and the host to be trodden underfoot. Who's the host? Us. We will be trodden underfoot. How long? Unto 2,300 days, then shall the sanctuary be cleansed. Now, when we go into the sanctuary services, we'll go into the 2,300 days and, all of that. 1,290, 1,260 days. Hey, there's a bunch of them. There's a pile of them. Okay? So here he's talking about that in the time of Daniel. What else is Daniel saying? Chapter 9, what else does it say? 70 weeks are determined upon thy people and the holy city. How many weeks? 7. To finish the what? Transgression. Wait a minute. Do we have some transgression that we must get finished? Yes. Okay? To make an end of sin. Now, to me, this is the representation of guess who? The 144. This is what the 144 will be going through. They will be the ones that will finish the transgression in their lives. To make an end of sin in their lives. To make reconciliation for iniquity. To bring in everlasting righteousness. Right now, is there everlasting righteousness in? No. Some say, well, Jesus brought it in. Not everlasting righteousness. No. I mean, there ain't no righteousness going on this planet. And ain't nobody living it. But they're going to bring in everlasting righteousness. And they're going to seal up the vision and the prophecy and be anointed the most holy. And for the overspreading of abomination, he shall make it desolate. So my understanding of the 70 weeks is a representation of what he talks about, the 144 that are blameless, that are faultless before the throne. That's when transgression is ended in their life. Sin is made an end in their life. Righteousness is brought in their life. Reconciliation of going back into iniquity has been done. And they will seal up the vision and the prophecy. Because they are the ones that have the last message and have to live through the hardest time ever on planet Earth. Daniel chapter 11, verses 30 through 32. He shall have intelligence with them that forsake the holy covenant. So we know who is forsaking the holy covenant. The church. Okay? They have forsaken the holy covenant. And what else? He says that they're going to have intelligence. Now, who has intelligence on the covenant?
Who has intelligence on the covenant?
Mm-hmm. No, we ain't got it. We trying to figure it out. There's another group, the church. No, they ain't got it because they don't believe in the covenant. There you go. The European Jews who claim to be the real. They say, we have the intelligence. Now tell me, what intelligence don't they have? They said that their intelligence supersedes and is connected with American and every other one. They get all their information. I'm like, wow, intelligence? Talking about intelligence? Man, that's what the CIA and M5 and all these other guys, SS, and hey. And what did we do? We gave it to them willingly. For exchange for what? Homeland security. So we got, so now it's reaching outside of Catholicism to what? The European Jews. Now, they're the only ones they're the only ones that tell us, come to us and we'll teach you the truth. We're going to teach you. But they don't have it. He says he shall have intelligence with them that forsake the covenant. So who's forsaking the covenant? All these people. And they know they ain't it. I remember I was writing my book, People of Color in the Bible, and I was flying back, I don't know if I was flying back from Africa or whatever. And so I had this European Jew. He said that he was a teacher of the Old Testament at this synagogue, university and all that. I said, oh man, it's wonderful. Yeah, man, we need to talk. All right. So I told him, I said, okay. Now, you guys, there's the European Jews and there's these Ethiopian Jews, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, the Ethiopian Jews say that they came from the lineage of David, Solomon. Nah, we don't believe that. We believe they from the serpent, Dan. I said, okay. Then I said, okay. Well, that's how you see it. Okay. Now, let me ask you a question. They can prove their lineage back to David and Solomon. Now, you guys, do y'all have any direct lineage to Abraham? Or any, okay, let's make it a little easy. Any biblical character? He said, no. I said, okay. And I said, okay. Well, I mean, I knew the answer, so I just set them up, and he knows it. I said, okay. Now, okay. Now, you guys claim to be Jews, right? Yeah, mm-hmm. Y'all claim to have the covenant. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay. So now, you're telling me, how do you become a Jew? By what? How do we know you're a Jew? Because, by your last name? He said, yeah. I said, anybody can change the last name, bro. Like, okay. What's your point? Okay, so you guys claim that you have not one drop of Abrahamic blood. Not one drop. And now you are saying that the people who claim that they have their lineage and can prove it is the counterfeit and you the real. I said, that's a little confusing, don't you think? Now, I mean, this doesn't even make sense. The boys that got the documentation, you should be accepted, and and what you guys are saying, they said, all right, thank you, no more talking. But my point is, I mean, come on, man. And that's what they say. If you want to know how to study the Torah, if you want to know how to do this, if you want to know what's in this book and how we are the only ones that got it, come to us and we will hook you up. But wait a minute, man. If the book said that y'all the counterfeit, don't be, that book, that's just a little, side note. That's a mistake, or something. So let's get to that point. So, but they are the ones that have, and everybody goes to, if you want to know the intelligence of the Holy Covenant, that's where you go. They shall pollute the sanctuary. Oh, strength. And they shall take away the daily. Now, let's look at it from an African viewpoint here. Okay. What is the sanctuary? What is the temple? Ye are the temple of the Holy Spirit. So they are going to pollute our what? Our mind, spiritual, mental, and physical, with intelligence. Not with ignorance, intelligence. And that's the only way that we have strength if we purify. He said, he that destroyeth the temple of Yahweh, what is Yahweh going to do? He shall Yahweh destroy. Okay, that's what it says. Okay? And that's what their job is, to what? Pollute the temple. So you can be destroyed. Now think about this. Okay, if they're polluting the temple through mind, body, and soul, then it says, and they take away the daily what? Offering, sacrifice of ourselves to Yahweh. What does the Bible say? To be a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable, which is, as some say today, that is totally unreasonable. You have got to be kidding. We are not going that far, bro. See, you're a fanatic, ain't you? You just believe in that stuff. You just be running with it like it's, real. So that's what it says. That's your reasonable service. And we say that is totally unreal, unrealistic, and we are not down for it. And so this is what he's talking about. And they shall place the abomination that make it desolate. Okay. So, take away the daily. They shall pollute the sanctuary strength. Okay. If you are a classical African Hebrew and you believe you're a Gentile, what does that do? Then they tell you what? Listen, man, you don't need none of them old lords. Now you eat whatever you want, drink whatever you want. Hey, and it is okay. And we say, dang, man, I love that. Now this other black African Hebrew stuff, y'all be talking about what? Unclean animal? Listen, man, I love my lobster. I love my shrimp, my pork. Oh, man, catfish? Baby, what are y'all trying to do? And that is what? Is that polluting? Yes. Wait. Are those abominations? Yes. Are we taking this to the wrong level? Yes. Because we're looking for abomination somewhere else. And then boy, it's abomination. We abominate because we are Gentiles. And that is what we can do. Now you guys be trying to make me come over, man. See, y'all ain't right. See, y'all be trying to make me change. And I love this one. This is, living for the Gentiles is a good thing. I got everything I want. And not knowing, I'm just believing a lie. That's all it's about. And so that's what they're trying to do. And then you pollute. I mean, you are literally putting abomination in this temple. And the book says that. Okay? And they shall do wickedly against the covenant. Okay. If you say, okay, you're a Gentile. Okay, so if I'm a Gentile, I don't need to be following any of those laws. I don't need to be following the Sabbath. I do not need to be following this calendar. I do not need to be doing any of that stuff. Okay, so if that's the position you put yourself in, then the covenant that is given to you, you are violating it, so then what? He can't do anything for you. So they know that if they could have us believe that we are not the people of Yahweh, then we will separate ourselves from Yahweh by violating everything that he said that we cannot do. And then we will be deceived to believe a lie. And that's exactly where we are today. We believe with Gentiles, and that means you don't what? You're not under the law, you're not under the covenant. And they're doing wickedly against the covenant, against us. And they know that Yahweh will always keep us at the bottom. Yahweh will always afflict us because that is the covenant. And as long as they can have us believing that, they say, man, we don't have to do nothing against these black people. Y'all, we gonna take care of that. We just sit back and watch. Do you see the first seal? Clear. That's what the whole deal's over. If we can get you to believe that, we got it made. And then we say that the counterfeit is the real,
Right.
and the real is a Gentile.
Right.
And we don't have to do anything. Yahweh will take care of them. And is he taking care of us? You got it, bro. We're coming down with every disease. We're getting wiped out. We're getting shot. I mean, it's because of what? Because we have done wickedly against the covenant. Shall he corrupt with what? Flattery. Now tell me it ain't flattering that you can do whatever you want and you go into the kingdom. And hey, I don't have to worry about anything because he gonna rapture me out of here and I ain't going through no hard time. I mean, dang, man, I got heaven on earth. And that's what he said. With what? Flattery. They're flattering us. But they that know their Yahweh shall be what? And do exploits. All right, so now that's when what? That's when the persecution starts, because you what? What are you doing? You are doing exploits. You are blasting this thing out of the park. The boys are like, yeah, and we gotta shut them up because they see our intelligence. They understand that what we have been doing against the Holy Covenant. These guys understand that we have been using flattery. They're telling people, man, that they're polluting their body. And they that understand, what? How many people understand? And they that understand among the people shall instruct many. All right, there you go. The people need instruction because we're being fed lies. Yet they shall fall by the sword, flame, captivity, and by spoil many days. That's where the what? So he's telling us when the abomination, desolation coming in, what's going to be going on, how we're going to deal with it, and it says what? That we will die by what? The sword, flame, captivity, and spoil. They're only doing that to those that what? Understand and are instructing many. They shall be aided with a little help, but many shall cleave to them with what? Flattery. So we're going to have the other boys coming in. Yeah, let me hang out with y'all, man. Yeah, we down, bro. We down. And flattery. You heard that. Okay? And some of them of understanding shall what? Fall. To try them. So what is this? This is the trying period. The testing period. Okay? To purge. To make them what? White. So the 144 have to go through this so that they can be what? Tried. So we can be purged. So we can be made white. Even to the time of the end. Remember, that's what I was saying, that they in the 70 weeks are determined upon Jerusalem to make an end of sin, bring an everlasting righteousness, and so forth. This is what it's talking about. Because it is yet for a what? Time appointed. Okay, that's why he said, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, then he says in chapter 12 of Daniel, verses 9 through 11, go your way, Daniel, for the words are closed and sealed to the time of the end. Many shall be purified, made white, and tried. But the wicked shall do wickedly, and none of the wicked shall what? Understand. What won't they understand? That them boys are deceived. But the wise shall what? Understand. From that time, that the daily shall be taken away. See, a lot of people are getting this all mixed up, and we're taking a European viewpoint on that, and we just lost with this daily stuff. So this is what I believe Yahweh is trying to get us to see. We have to look at it from an African perspective. Verses 11 through 13, Daniel 12. And the abomination that makes it desolate set up, and there shall be 1,290 days. Blessed is he that waiteth and cometh to the 1335 day. But go thou your way till the end be, for you shall rest and stand in your lot at the end of the days. So Daniel is supposed to be what? Sealed to when? The time of the end. Why? Because these events are going to occur, and now at the time of the end, that's when you have the book of Revelation. In chapter 5 of Revelation, he says he sees a lion that goes forth, and he has a what? A seal, scroll, and it's sealed with 7 seals. And he asks, who's worthy to open the seals? And he says, the Lamb. And then he opens the seals, and that's what is being brought forth. The seals of the book of Daniel is being unsealed in the book of Revelation. So remember, when you shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place, whosoever readeth, let him understand it. Flee. Why? Then let them which be in Judah, flee into the mountains. Let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. Neither let him which is in the field return back to take his clothes. Why? Anybody know why?
Sounds like some urgency going on.
There's some urgency, no question about it. So why didn't he tell you not to go back and get your coat? Why will you be destroyed? Because you got a daggone cell phone. And the boys know where you are. And they're coming to get you. They know exactly where you are. And you track it, and you gave it to them, and you paying them to track you. And so, you know, the boys, they can say, okay, you know, we rounding up these Hebrews, these black African Hebrews, classical people. We rounding these boys up. Now, okay, now where are they? Okay, we're going to get this one in the field. This one is in the bed. This one's out on the rooftop. We got them. So that's what this information age, that's what all this stuff is about. It's to be able to track you so that when it is time to get you. Now, I remember I was in college in the 70s, and we were just thinking, and I was just saying, wait a minute. These guys are going to be able to know where you are. Now, there was no cell phones in those days. These guys are going to know where you are and come get you. How can that be? Today, hey, well, why can't they figure out where you at? Now, also think about it. Now, we have been using technology as AI, artificial intelligence, and we are predicting what you will do. We're predicting, and so they're testing it out on, guess what? We send you these ads, you know, hey, it's going to send it to your address. Okay, send this, okay. You just send something on your cell phone. Hey, let me send you something. Have y'all ever heard that before? The people are telling you what you ain't even asked them. So they testing this. They saying, yeah, man, we can predict you of where you're going to be. I remember my son, he got this car, and he goes to a practice, a workout every day when he was leaving his job. And one day he didn't go. And his car told him, man, you're going the wrong way. You're supposed to be going to work out. And he said, wait a minute, man. You don't be telling me what I was doing. So the bottom line was they could predict where you're going to be, anywhere where you're going to be, so they can come get you. And I said, wow. I mean, so this is what, and that's what it's about. This is what we're up against. That's why it says all power, all sides. They are doing everything, every direction possible. One shall be taken and the other left. Does this mean we will be taken to heaven? That's what the rapture people say. And the wicked will be left on earth for the tribulation. If not, where shall they be taken? Luke 17, 26 and 27. As it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the days of the Son of Man is revealed. They shall eat, drink, and marry until the day Noah entered into the ark and the flood came and destroyed them all. Likewise, also, as it was in the days of Lot, so shall it be in the days of the Son of Man revealed. They did eat, drink, brought, sold, planted, and built. But the same day that Lot went out of Sodom, it rained fire and brimstone from heaven and destroyed them all. Even thus shall it be in the day when the Son of Man is revealed. In that day, he which shall be on the housetops and its stuff in the house, let him not come down to take it away. He that is in the field, let him likewise not return back. Remember Lot's wife. How could they know where you're going to be? Now, and I was with this other group that we do survival camp, learn how to survive out in the wilderness and all that. And so I was telling the person that, hey, what are you going to do when it's time that you got to run? I said, you think your friends are going to throw away them $1,000 cell phones so they don't get tracked? I said, you really deceived if you believe they're going to do that. But that's what she said. Whosoever shall seek to save his life shall lose it. Whosoever shall lose his life shall preserve it. I tell you, in that night there shall be two in one bed. The one shall be taken and the other left. This is what they say the rapture is. Two shall be grinding together. The one shall be taken and the other left. Two shall be in the field. The one shall be taken and the other left. Now the disciples didn't say, yo, we know what's happening. What did they say? And they answered and said unto him, where? Now you so arrogant that you know you so Christianized, you know the answer. Let's see if the answer matches up. Where, Yahweh? To be beheaded, to die, to be killed. And he said unto them, wheresoever the body is, there will the eagles or vultures be gathered together. And we know they only go where there's what? Dead bodies. Now why don't they read this part of the verse? Because they're authorized, sanctioned scholars. They know how to cut it right off at the knee. Oh man! Okay, now let's go to this other scripture quick. Yo, wait. Can we read? No. We can't read that. Because it's going to tell us there ain't no rapture. Luke 17, verse 37. Does the eagle make her nest high? Her young ones also suck up blood? And there the slain are, there is she. Job 39, verse 27 and 30. So it tells us where these eagles are. It tells us where these vultures are. It tells us all of these things. Oh yeah, the scripture is clear. Where, Lord? We know. No rapture. All right, the sixth sign. It sounds like people were trying to skedaddle. I understand. Maybe you might have to bring me back to finish up, bro. You know, there's over 170-something slides, so. All right, well, let's take question and answers at this time. You know, this will be a good time when we'll get back. There's a lot more. I mean, hey, I'm sure you all received a whole lot. But, you know, yeah, I appreciate it. I'm glad everyone is enjoying it. Okay, so if you have questions, we need you to come up to the mic. Yeah, so we can get questions and answers. Otherwise, we're going to lose the question and answer period.
I'm thinking that lines up with Luke 16:16, where it says the Torah and the prophets are until John. Since then, the reign of Elohim is being announced, and everyone doing violence upon it. And that violence, people have always misinterpreted what that was, but when we go back into the prophets, it shows that the violence is against the Torah or that covenant. So does that, and I think it was maybe in 5, maybe it was in the 5th sign.
Okay, yeah, that would have been on the last thing, abominations of desolation were down. Yeah, that could apply also. Any other questions, thoughts? This is your time. You gotta come on up, you gotta speak into the mic. Everybody can hear you. If there's anyone else, let's get in line so that we can, not just waste a lot of time, because right now we just a lot of gaps. And we're recording and, just be blank.
My question is, where do you think that the pending Equality Act fits in with what you were saying, the seals? Do you think it's the...
Pending equality, what do you mean by that? What seal are we in? Or
No, there's an Equality Act that they're trying to...
Equality Act?
Yes, Equality Act.
All right, tell us what the Equality Act is. I mean, if you can't stick off there.
Okay, from what I heard about it last week, it's dealing with anybody that will not accept the transgender agenda. If a child supposedly wants to be transgender and the parent will not allow it, that child could be taken from the parent. The churches who kept saying that, oh, it was okay, for the trans people to have their rights, so on and so forth. Well, now they can go into the churches. The pastors would then have to start marrying these people. This is kind of like a little bit further than where they did things back in 14, 15.
Okay.
And the trans people can come into the churches and work in Sunday schools and so on and so forth.
Okay.
It's just more...
So your question is?
My question is, would you consider that a part of the persecution, the fourth?
I wouldn't consider that a part of persecution. I would consider that part of the abomination.
Okay. I mean, that I knew, but that's not necessarily... If they pass it and they're trying to enforce it, is I guess what I'm asking.
Well, our mission is bigger than just the trans. Ours is to wake us up who we are. That could be one of the things that they throw you in jail for. Yeah, no question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, well, I think we did a good job then.
Okay. The stand in the holy place when you see the abomination of desolation. Could you elaborate on that?
Move your hand so they can.
Stand in the holy place.
Okay.
That portion of that.
Okay. Well, when we talk about us, okay. So you put me on the spot because we did a study on that online at one of our webinars, and we broke it down. I just don't know how to break it down in a pictorial form. That you have the 3 compartments. You have the holy place, you have the most holy place, and you got the outer court, okay, where the sacrifice is being offered, okay. These represent parts of us, our mind, our body, and our soul. Our body is to be offered up as a human sacrifice, out on the outer court. The inner court, you have your holy place, and then you have your most holy place. Your most holy place is in your inner sanction, where we said that we must receive the love of the true thing. And then in the holy place is your mind to be able to go in that direction. Okay? So yes, when they come in, their job is to break down our will, that this becomes polluted and that you can never, get that they're brainwashing us to take our mind, our body, and our souls so that we will be an abomination, because that's what we have been saying so far. Because that's what we believe.
So I have a statement concerning all of the events that are happening around all of the scriptures that you have given to us. If we also go into Revelation 21, there's a really important piece of information that is given to us by Mashiach, where he says, he who is filthy, let him remain filthy, let him be filthy still. But he who is righteous, let him be more righteous. So this is what is happening now with us moving into the understanding and the knowledge of the truth of who we are, what we're supposed to be doing, then we don't set our sights, because where people mess up, they set their sights on, I got to do this over here, they're doing this, I got to do this, I got to do this. No, we're called to walk more righteous than the Torah and to deliver the word to the people so that they know who they are. Because those who are filthy are going to continue to be filthy. But we who are righteous are called to be more righteous. That's walking out that righteous walk. That's keeping the Sabbath. That's keeping your set apart days. Walking this Torah out. Because guess what the evil one is going to do? Guess what those transgender, whatever, all these people are going to do? They're going to continue to be unrighteous. But we worry about the righteous walk. And that's what we continue to walk out, so that we can tell our brothers, hey, you are the house of Israel. Come on and walk like me. Just like Shaul says, follow me as I follow Mashiach.
Right, and that was sort of what we had covered in Daniel, when he says, he that have understanding. That's exactly of how they did. All right?
So you did an excellent job of setting a premise, a foundational premise in terms of establishing who we are, as you pointed, classical African Hebrews. And with that in mind, in these last days, it seems like, and I do have a question, I'm getting there. But in these last days, that our responsibility as we're going back to our heritage, it are the laws. The law, the commandments, his testimonies, those are our heritage. Something that you said that hit me, and I want to read Romans chapter 11, verse 23. It was just exactly what came to mind. It says, and they also, if they abide not still in unbelief, shall be grafted in. For Elohim is able to graft them in again, which would imply that they were already grafted in, then they were cut off. Right. So in other words, when I'm seeing this, I'm seeing that I'm finding difficulty grafting someone into a covenant that was never given to them to begin with. And then with the Ashkenaz and with all the deception and the lies and the beast, and I just want to know your perspective on that.
Well, perspective, yes. Again, the word again is, it means you have to be off. Yeah. Get back in. Right. That's correct. Yeah. All right. Any other questions, comments, thoughts? This is your time. We don't want to drag our feet. We'll be here all night. Please, whoever's next, come on up. Come on. Let's move to this. Go on, my brother.
In the fourth sign, you was going through the pestilence. You also mentioned the 9 laws of health concerning that as well. Can you take just maybe a few more minutes to discuss that for me?
Okay. Everybody know what the 9 laws of health are?
Yeah, I wrote it down.
No, you did. I don't know if everybody did. That's my point. Does everybody know what the 9 laws of health are? New start. Okay. What does K stand for? Knowledge. N. Nutrition. E. W. Water. S. G. A. R. T. Okay. We have a series of books, 3 beginner books, we call it. They're on our website. You can order them, and they go over the 9 laws of health. They're good for little ones, good for people who are just coming into health. It's good for all ages. Some college students read it, and they said it's really broken down good enough for them to get it. It also has pictorial so that you can read to your kids and they can color in. and they can, because we need eye-hand coordination. So those things you can order or get from us. And as we go deeper into this time frame that we're living in, we're going to find that, we're going to need to start, being more healthy. Because what? The boys are doing what? They're poisoning us. They're shooting the stuff in the animals. They're putting all of this stuff. Now let me ask you a question. How come a lot of the women or girls that are 12, 13 years old look like they're in their teens, in their 20s?
Some, yeah.
Okay, how? Why? How is that possible? The food they eat. There you go. The hormones that are fed to the animals to develop them much more rapidly are now, hey, listen everybody, are now, when you eat it, it's in you. And so now, you might be, 12 or 13, but your body says, no, you're 20. You are double your age. Now, answer this question. Why are young people coming down with old people diseases? High blood pressure, diabetes. The only way you can come down with it is the body says you are old. And you wonder, wait, I can't be old, I'm only 20. Well, according to it, you're 60 or 40. Because that's what the hormones are doing to you. Okay, so hey, yeah, we've got to figure out what's going down so that we can be more in line. So I advise people to get the books, and check them out. All right, y'all have our website, peopleofcolor1.com, and I'll give you my phone number. So if you want to order it, you just call. You ready?
No.
Area code 717-435-4715. You can order it. Just tell me, hey, what's your address, this, that, and the other. I'll repeat it again. 717-435-4715.
And we'll put it on.
Okay, cool. Whoever's next after, get in line.
Okay, yesterday you mentioned about not one stone be left upon another. With the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem today, do you believe that that is the true location of the city of David? And how is that going
I don't know.
to?
So that's it. And I've investigated that, so I can't comment on stuff I didn't. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna say I know everything. I don't know everything.
Because I was wondering how it was going to affect us in the future.
No problem. Gotcha. All right, next.
I know, right? Thank you for having us today. Thank you for being here with us, and for your teaching that you brought forth. I know you couldn't get it all in. You talked about you do sustainability studies and things of that nature, and a lot of the things you were suggesting was to leave certain governmental aspects alone because they're intertwined in our possible captivity, tracking, things of that nature. What I wanted to ask you about, because you deal with renewable energies and things of that nature, all of those things tie together with a possibility of pulling yourself away from this culture and from this environment itself. Do you have recommendations in terms of what we should be looking towards as stepping away from this culture overall, whether it's by energy, whether it's by community, or whether it's by just, there's been pockets of groups doing things of that nature. Do you also recommend that type of ideology to come forth from the believers that say they walk in this way that we walk in?
Okay, good question. Well, we know that, that we are supposed to be stewards of the earth. Okay, so sustainability and all of that, that's what that is all about. And that's what we should be doing. And you should be growing your own food as much as possible so that you can know what you're getting, because, we really don't know what we're getting. And we should be able to think more sustainable. If you can, nowadays they're telling you that they'll put solar panels on your house, right? And they said that then they'll give you a discount. So if you can, do it. You benefit economically and you're helping, stop polluting. Any ways that you can, implement it. Because we have to come up with a new mindset. Remember, the new mindset is an African mindset. So I remember people telling me, okay, Emmanuel, you've gone but so far. That's enough. And the basic thing was, okay, hey, we have been trained in cities, right? We've been trained to be what? To counterfeit. And Yahweh put us where? In the garden. And so we'll say, some say, okay, now I don't want to go out there because mosquitoes will bite me. Okay? Because ticks will get on me. Okay, those are all true. Oh, I might see a snake. Oh, there might be lion. Wait, how's that go? Lion, mountains, and bears. Oh my. That's exactly what they tell me. So I said, okay. Now, you know, the Bible talks about in Job that we are supposed to be at league, which is a covenant, with nature, and the beasts of the field are supposed to be at peace with us. Did y'all know that? So that's the relationship we're supposed to have. But if you're killing all of these animals and shooting them and doing all this, they can smell you and sense you and say, okay, I got to stay away from you because you're going to kill me. And so we're afraid to get back to nature and survive in the wild where he has placed us. And at the end, that's where we're going to be forced to. Now, he says, okay, come out of her, my people, right? And we say, okay, we can't come out right now. So when the mark of the beast comes, what happens? So why is he sending the mark of the beast? He's sending the mark of the beast is because he says you guys are dragging your feet. So I'm going to help you a little longer. I'm going to have them kick you out. It's just that simple. And so you can do two ways. You can come out willingly or you can be forced out. I mean, that's the way it's just going to happen because he knows he got to separate us from these boys. These boys are just too wicked. But you can't come out if you have a European mindset. You can't come out. Why? Because you're going to bring the problems that they have brought to wherever you go. Like we did in Libya. Okay, we letting all these black people go to Libya, right? Okay, what did they do? They're trying to westernize them and take them. They like, yeah, we don't need you over here. We don't need no more slave masters. But hey, just because you're black don't mean that you're right. Okay, so we have to think about that. And so all of these different things that are actually coming, we have to remember we're doing this mind, body, and soul. The body's the last part to come out. But you have to get that mind and that spirit straight so that you can know how to implement what you want to do. Because it isn't just, you know, you just go figure this out. No, it's an implementation that Yahweh has to lead us in so that we don't wind up doing what others have done and wrecked it.
Now, I do have a question now.
Okay.
What do you think the mark of the beast is?
Oh, my dear, you would ask something like that. Okay, mark of the beast. All right, let's turn to it first, so I don't give you too much of my opinion. Revelation chapter 13. Okay, there's a whole bunch of things going down here. Let's start at 13:13. And he does great wonders so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. We talked about that yesterday. And deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles, which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth that they should make an image to the beast, which had the wound by his sword and did live. And he had power, he had what? Power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. And he causes both, all small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their forehead. And that no man might buy or sell, save he that have the mark, that's one, or the name of the beast, that's two, or the number of his name, that's three. He gives you three different things, really four, because he said what? If you don't worship the image, you're going to die. Okay, so what we have here is three different things. All three of them are not the same. That's number one. So when you asked that question, it was a trick question. Like 3 questions. But we concentrate on one part, the mark of the beast. Okay, so what we have here, a mark in their right hand. Okay. Okay, so it says what? A mark in their right hand or where? Okay. So today, with the real ID, the end result is what? What? With your hand, they want what? Fingerprint. What they want to do with your face? Face recognition and what? Eye retinas. All of those, I mean, until recently, those sound like close to what he's talking about. I mean, simple as that. I never even knew that we would get down to this. I thought it was going to come another way. But, I mean, this is where the technology seems that they're headed. So it could be those type of things. And I asked the question. Yesterday morning in our Bible study. I asked them, I said, okay, now, when you go down to get your ID, they put you, you know, to look in this thing, right? And you're supposed to get your eyes checked, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
And y'all don't question that, do you? Why would you question? How would that fit in with the mark of the beast or the real ID? There you go. They're using it. They can now put a new device in there, and they're getting your retinal scan. And you gave it to them. I mean, we're talking about these boys are with all deceivableness of unrighteousness. I mean, that just came to me when we were doing the study this yesterday morning. I never thought of that. But the person told me that, and I'm like, whoa, man, these boys ain't playing. Now, the other thing is that before, like me in Pennsylvania, I go down to get my ID. I don't have to do mine at 23, I think, something like that. So when I went down last time, I went down there. And when I went down there, they took my picture, okay? So they already got my facial recognition. Okay, they got that. They took your picture, the facial recognition. Then, when you put your eyes in it, then the boys done got my eyes. Now, you know, I don't know how they could get my hand, but they got those two. Now, my point my question is, now they gave me my license. They printed it and gave it to me. Now, some people were justifying, well, they got to mail it to you and this, that, and the other. Now, this is the first time they ever had to mail it to anybody in Maryland. First time ever. And I said, okay, so you got everything in there. If you got my face, you got my eyes, and now you need to put that inside your computer base and put it in the chip or do something and put it in that card. And so my question was, then I can't give it to you right now because I got to do some other stuff with it. So we'll mail that to you. That's when it starts turning in my mind that these guys are already pulling some stuff that they ain't telling us about. And so that's why they said by 2020, because, you know, everybody's going to be, yeah, I'll put my eyes down there. Yeah, take my picture. Wait, we got to. So I'm not sure how they'll do that third one. So they are saying that with that ID, you will not be able to enter federal buildings, right? And eventually you will not be able to fly. Simple as that. So they will shut you down until you conform. That's basically what it is all about, till you conform. I mean, them Amish ain't giving up that. Nah, man, I don't need no driver's license. So nah, man, I don't care. I'm going to horse and buggy. So this is where we're going to be. And we have to decide how or where we're going. Now, to answer your question a little closer, my sister. To answer your question a little closer. This is what I see. That if you go up on YouTube, there's somewhere in Sweden, I think, that they are going around and they are putting chips in people. Okay, they're putting the chips in them, and they said they celebrate. You hear me? They celebrate everybody who gets a chip.
Yeah.
So you get a party for joining the club. Now it could be that, and under their right hand, it could be that. So it's a bunch of little things here and there. We're not sure exactly what it is, but it's falling in this ballpark. Okay. I hope I answered your question as much as I could.
Yeah. Yes. There was just one thing.
Yes, because you recorded it, and you want it on your recorder, and I do too.
Because we were just talking over there, and I remember now when Rabbi Tu was born here in North Carolina, and I think it's a North Carolina thing, because they didn't do it when Lori was born in New York. Minister Cece said they did it with her children. Valerie said, not Connie, but her other girls, that they give you like a certificate when the child is born here in North Carolina, that they do the handprint and the footprint.
Okay.
That's at birth. They do that.
They still do it.
And they still do that. So they, exactly. And then also in Israel was the first one to start doing the retina. So now certain government buildings, you can only, that's how they ID you to get into a secured building in Israel. So they've been doing it in Israel.
Okay.
And I believe with the chip, the military, they started with I was working at the VA, and they had started chipping military.
People in America believe that nonsense?
Yes, they were doing it.
Wow.
On the federal level, because I was working at the VA hospitals.
Well, I guess we closer than we think. I mean, I guess this was a good time to wake up. Yikes. I gotta go back and restudy and rethink. We are in deeper than we think. Wow. And I thought we were doing it. If you're coming up, you gotta ask questions, you gotta come up here. Well, or comment, whatever you want to say, because we gotta get it on the tape. Yep, so we're hoping, people are,
And when you put on the street surveillance, every one of your street lights with the LED lights, there's so much stuff on there that they are recording 24/7. Where you live, it's a certain website, I don't remember it right now, you can put your zip code in, and it tells you whoever, whether it's highway patrol, the city police, the fire department, it's so much on there, and it's not just for cell phone towers like they say, they're recording 24/7, and the LED lights themselves record conversations. It's a fact.
All right.
That's been going on for at least 3 to 5 years. That's why everything had to change over from analog to digital, and then notice they started getting rid of the fluorescent lighting and put it in the LED lights. It's true.
Okay, there we go. Keep going, folks. It's here.
So, and she just reminded me of something saying that it's basically, they don't even have to bug people's phones anymore. All they have to do is give you Alexa. That's it. And you have given them permission to listen to everything that you're saying in your house. so for the convenience of being able to say, Alexa, play this song. How does Alexa know that you want her to play that song? Because she's been listening to you for 24/7. So she recognizes when you say her name, so she has to be listening to you. She's always listening to you. So they don't have to get a warning anymore. They just,
Walk in. This is a complete, police state.
May my dad please have the PowerPoint? That's what he said, please.
Okay, principalities in the air. Okay, the Mandela effect. Do you think that's a part of that?
Describe your Mandela effect.
It's where, it's like the rabbit going down a rabbit's hole. It's where they, someone give me an example of the Mandela effect, because it has, yeah, there's like a,
Bernstein Bears.
yes. Berenstein Bears, that's one of them. The Wizard of Oz, I think, is another one. Yeah, so a lot of people know about the Mandela effect. And I know, even with scripture, they said like...
Everybody quiet, please, while she's speaking.
Yeah, even with scriptures, they said like the lion would lie down with the lamb. But we know that that's not in scriptures, but a lot of people now say, oh yeah, that's scripture, but we know it's not. So, I mean, do you think that that's a part of the principalities in the air that are doing this as well?
Yeah, anything that comes across the airwaves, it's what? It's the principalities of the powers. I mean, they're just, remember, they're using what? Intelligence against the what? Against the covenant and the covenant people. That's what we got to remember. That's only found in Daniel. But he tells us, them that understand will be able to teach. Okay, please. We can't have everybody talking. Otherwise, we won't be able to get a good recording. Is there any other last minute questions or thoughts that anyone has to share? We don't want to labor it. We know it's after 8:30 already. People got to work tomorrow. Okay, if there are no more questions, then what we would like to do is be able to thank everybody for being here. We pray that you received a lot, that you are, roaring and ready to go. As we prepare for the end. Amen.